adverse weather effects. So we have decided to strengthen our early warning systems so that communities are ready when those disasters strike us. This year we have also inaugurated the BERA meteorology radar in the central part of our country in order to detect cyclones in a radius of 400 kilometers. And we are planning on setting up 2 additional radars in the northern and southern part of the country. Hence, we will be covering the whole country. We also adopted the Maputo Declaration regarding the integrated early warning system that fits into the national operational and strategic goals. We would also like to share that Mozambique also hosts the the SADC Humanitarian Operation Center, which is a center aiming at protection and prevention. Mozambique has an extensive coastline of around 2,700 kilometers, meaning that we should give special attention to the ocean as the regulator of temperature and climate in the planet. We have ratified the Marpol Convention of 1978 regarding sea pollution that also complements the national legislation regarding illegal fishing and the protection of marine diversity, meaning that if we do not protect our biodiversity, we are going to contribute towards negative impact of the environment, especially the oceans. Your Excellency, before I conclude, Your Excellency Ruto, I would like to show my appreciation for this initiative, and we also would like to exhort all the leaders here to subscribe as a single voice the Nairobi Declaration regarding climate change, and we have a collective action towards it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause again for President Nyusi. Let me now take this opportunity to give the floor to President Nana Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
President Ruto, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I join other speakers in applauding the Kenyan President, our host, President William Ruto, for his initiative in convening this summit, and thank him for his hospitality. A summit to define a common African position towards the deliberations of COP28 in Dubai is a highly commendable one, especially if it can help us define how we can mobilize our own resources to address this critical issue of climate change. Ghana's nationally determined contributions towards combating climate change have been fully incorporated into government's coordinated program for economic and social development policies to facilitate their implementation. We have introduced major policy interventions that have development and climate projection imperatives. Our flagship programs, whether they are the programs for planting for food and jobs, or One Village, One Dam, or One District, One Factory, are all geared towards boosting industrialization and rural development, as well as building our resilience to the impacts of climate change. The strategic focus of the One Village, One Dam initiative, for example, in the northern regions of our country, is to provide all year-round access to water to smallholder farmers who practically have no viable livelihood alternatives during the long dry seasons. We're also determined to make natural gas, which we have in abundance, available for the generation of electricity. We placed a ban on illegal mining, the phenomenon we call galamsey, which was destroying our water bodies, vegetation, and our forests. Some 20,000 young people have been engaged to plant more than 30 million trees in 2 years to create jobs and restore degraded land. These policy initiatives are already using positive results to the attainment of the SDG goals, particularly the goal of reducing our carbon emissions. Additionally, I've established an advisory group of prominent private sector chief executives who are setting up a $100 million SDGs delivery fund and a $200 million green fund to complement government's efforts at tackling climate change and funding the implementation of the SDGs. Whilst we strive to do our bit to halt climate change at the national level, we expect also a lot to be done at the international level. One major issue of concern to us is the need to streamline access to international climate finance to complement national funding. I believe this forum will throw more light on practical ways to mobilize financial resources to support the implementation of national climate actions, especially how we can guarantee a different future from the past and ensure that the commitments of the developed world towards climate finance, which have not been met in the past, will be met in the future. Excellencies, it is obvious that we have to act swiftly and decisively to mitigate these effects and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. The impact of climate change, as we know, is not limited to the African continent alone. It is a global issue that affects all of us. Thus, addressing climate change in Africa, as President Ruto so forcefully articulated, is a moral and strategic necessity for global climate action. Hopefully, COP28 in Dubai will provide us a concrete roadmap towards that end and ensure a just energy transition for us in Africa. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause again for President Nana. Let me now take this opportunity to ask my sister, the President of Tanzania, President Suluhu Hassan, to make her statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chair of the African Committee of Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, thank you very much for being a gracious host of this August Assembly that sets the tone of Africa's growth now and the future. I thank the government and the people of Kenya for the excellent preparation of the summit and the warm reception accorded to me and my delegation. The convening of this important summit is both timely and opportune, as the theme, driving green growth and climate finance solution for Africa and the world, is quite befitting, especially now ahead of COP28, where parties will take stock of our efforts to address the climate crisis and commitment to address both climate crisis in the context of the Paris Agreement and the Climate Convention itself. Excellencies, the stakes are high and actions have to take place not tomorrow, but today and literally now. As Africans, We have no choice but to seize the moment to capitalize on its potential to offer solutions to green growth and decarbonization, and while creating resilience to its our communities and economies. We can no longer afford to address economic development, climate change, and African poverty. The interplay between development and climate change is undeniable, and this interlink demand integrated and coherent solution that will provide opportunity for socio-economic development of Africa. Excellencies, while the continent is highly impacted by the changing climate, it is nevertheless holding the key to solving the climate challenge. The just released Economic Development in Africa Report 2023 shows the potential of Africa to capture technology-intensive global supply chains, and it said it all about development of Africa with climate change. It provides a unique insight into Africa's centrality to the green transition that will clearly transform our continent economies. It is said that all metals and minerals that are important and strategic for the low found in Africa. And these are chromium, lithium, natural graphite, nickel, niobium, rare earth metals, silver, and many more. Given the abundance of these minerals, the continent needs to reposition itself not only as a supplier of raw materials globally, but strengthen the value chains by ensuring their conversion into intermediate and final products is done within the continent. As critical minerals, as they were called critical minerals, they have to make critical contributions to our internal revenue collection and employment creation. They also have to contribute critically in the environmental protection in our countries. So having all these, Africa has to stand firm to use the materials for our own development. Excellencies, human capital dividend in Africa is another force to reckon. To avoid the past mistakes in the history of our continent, we need to focus on human capital advancement by training our own people, especially youth, so as to be able to reap from these vast opportunities. We need to consider the climate crisis as an opportunity to address the youth unemployment challenges. Excellencies, beyond the African potentials, we have potentials in our individual countries. My country, Tanzania, is leading the way by demonstrating strong momentum in driving the green growth. 5% of our energy is from hydro and natural gas. We are also leading in nature conservation with almost 38% of our landmass under conservation in various regimes. We are also committed in nurturing the ecosystems that hold the promise of creating thousands of new jobs and unlimited national economic and global benefits. Talking on the offering of critical mineral to the world, Tanzania has huge deposits of some of these critical minerals needed today. Helium is present around Lake Rukwa Basin, nickel deposits around Lake Victoria, graphite reserves at the southern eastern part of the country, and we also accommodate other deposits, critical minerals, including copper and lithium, as well as rare elements. Despite of the above scenario, we, however, need to face the fact that Tanzania, and indeed the whole of African continent, still faces unprecedented impacts of climate change, with limited capacity to finance the mitigation and adaptation needs. And thus, as we head towards COP28, we have to raise an African voice on the establishment and capitalization of a special fund for Africa. The contribution and the pledges which are given by the advanced countries have to say what percentage of those pledges goes to Africa, and not just a blanket pledges. As I conclude, and as you are all aware, Tanzania is hosting the AGRIF Food and Agriculture Summit this same week. The presidential summit is on 7th of September, a day after tomorrow. I therefore wish to use this opportunity to once again invite you to Tanzania, and I'll personally be there to welcome you all. Once again, I congratulate you, Mr. President Ruto, for organizing such a successful event, and I look forward to seeing you all in Dar es Salaam. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Another round of applause for President Samia Suluhu Hassan. Now it's my pleasure to request my brother, President Mohamed Yunus Memfi, the President of Libya, to make his remarks. Your Excellency, Mr. President.
Your Excellency, President of Kenya, President William Ruto, and head of the Committee of African Heads of States concerned with climate change. Heads of states, heads of governments, members of the African Union, Mr. Fuka Musa Fiki, head of the African Commission. May I extend my wholeheartedly thanks to President Ruto and the Kenyan people for hosting this very important summit. It is important for Africa and it's important for the whole world. I'd like to congratulate President Ruto for his wise leadership for the African Committee on Climate Change. I value the efforts exerted by the Commission to have a uniformed African stance with regards all sorts of related matters and all sorts of mutual concerns. Since the inception of the African Union, Africa has always been saying that it should get rid of the historic injustice it's suffering from until now. But we're facing so many risks and challenges imposed by climate change, and it's affecting the whole world. The African Union called on us to work hands in hands, rich and poor, north and south, and to mobilize all our efforts and resources to mitigate those risks and to also adapt to those changes and to change and transform those risks and challenges to opportunities based on strategic partnership to bridge the financing and technical gap, to empower Africa and the South in general to move forward from the weakest link to the high level of being a partner, and this would give more opportunities for adaptation to the whole world. And that would help us to achieve a sustainable horizontal development. We should undertake quick and urgent measures to eliminate any kind of damages or risks that could be irreparable in the future or could threaten life on this planet Earth. We need more solutions. Africa has always been a promising continent. As you can see in this summit, Africa can provide to this planet a lot if our partners are committed to their pledges. This is a good opportunity to deal with the risks in an efficient way, starting with carbon emissions to green growth, green minerals. All those opportunities to provide sustainability and opportunities for energy sources that can be very well used in environment-friendly uses by bridging the technical and bridging the financing gap and the technical gap, and to have different renewables like, for instance, solar energy, wind, and all sorts of other sources. And also, we need to talk about fossil energy. We need to have some kind of harmonized climate initiatives to face climate change and to stand against the individual interests of some of the industrialized countries. The African continent requests are clear in the documents of this meeting and also in the decision of the African meeting that decided on holding this summit before COP28 in Abu Dhabi. And in the draft declaration of our summit, all these texts helps us to have concerted efforts and to stick to our stance and to call on bridging any kind of barriers between us and other industrialized countries, and to draw together the upcoming stage on basis of partnership, seeking one unified goal and according to partnership. Would like to greet our development partners attending today, the international organizations, the private sector, the scientific research centers, the academia, the civil society, women, youth, and also the participants in the Environment Expo. And after the conclusion of this meeting, which is going to be crowned with our declaration representing the unified African stance, we're going to be able to mobilize our efforts, and we're going all to attend and participate in COP28 to defend the outcomes of our summit here in Nairobi. And thank you very much. Thank you, President Ruto.
Your Excellency. A round of applause for President Memphi again. Thank you. Let me now take this opportunity to ask my brother, Julius Bio, the President of Sierra Leone, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Your Excellency Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General for Commonwealth, Your Excellency First Ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm pleased to address this high-level session of the African Climate Summit 2023 under the Kenyan presidency and to reaffirm Sierra Leone's commitment to scale up climate action urgently. I must thank His Excellency President William Ruto and the government of the Republic of Kenya for the excellent arrangements made for this summit as African countries seek to address climate change priorities in this critical decade. From coastal kisses with the Atlantic Ocean to the panoramic vista, from the towering cane of the mountains, the Loma Mountain, to our sprawling national parks, Sierra Leone is a canvas painted with vibrant hues. Our golden beaches are a testament to nature's artistry. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you've not been to Sierra Leone, I'm inviting you to come. However, beneath our nation's beauties lies an unmistakable urgency. The median age of just over 19 years, our young population, like the other young populations representing Africa's vibrant future, stand at a defining crossroads. Their legacy, and indeed our collective legacy, is shaped by the choices we make today. The seas, once serenading us with gentle lullabies, now one of rising tides that could erase generational achievements. The rains which celebrated our lands now pose a looming threat. Why Sierra Leone is rich with nature's gift. This very geographical splendor renders us vulnerable. Climate change for us isn't a distant shadow. Climate projections in Sierra Leone include temperature increases, extreme weather conditions, intense precipitation, and rising sea levels. Our shores, symbols of natural grandeur, are receding. Many of our communities face displacement, and our pristine beaches risk fading away, and calamities like landslide and floods have become hauntingly regular. The surge in pests and diseases is another testament to our enduring imbalance. Without swift collective action, we risk witnessing the obliteration of Sierra Leone's invaluable ecosystems, leading to further dislocation of our communities and the devastation of their sources of sustenance. This is not just a Sierra Leone story. It is an African story. And I dare say it is a global story too. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our world is in trouble. But our continent is even more so. The evidence is clear. The time for action is now, but we are running out of time. Grounded in this stark reality, my government remains unwavering in our commitment to fortifying climate resilience, ensuring our people thrive sustainably and harmoniously with nature. In our updated nationally determined commitment, Sierra Leone has defined a progressive pathway forward for cutting greenhouse gases emission from the 2005 levels by 5% by 2025, 10% by 2030, and 25% by 2050. My government is unyieldingly devoted to climate change resilience and adaptation. This includes support for community-based adaptation in agriculture and energy sectors, integrated water resource management, and climate change disaster risk management. We are also poised to improve meteorological services for early warning systems and enhance and protect conservation of natural habitats and ecosystems. Furthermore, our climate change mitigation strategies extend to promoting renewable energy, infrastructure, resilience, and extensive reforestation efforts on at least 960,000 hectares of land. As we engage in country planning, we will also prioritize low carbon screening. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to reaffirm our commitment, we have institutionalized efforts against global menace. This global menace. We have established a dedicated Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and a Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security Presidential Initiative led by Dr. Kande Yomkeda. We are designing policies and programs and laying the framework for establishing strong partnerships for funding and implementing projects on major cross-cutting thematic areas of national and global significance. Agriculture is the mainstay of our economy. Recognizing the core importance and extreme vulnerability of agriculture in Sierra Leone, we are focusing on resilience and innovation within this sector, leveraging technology and forward-thinking strategies for climate adaptation. Our overarching aspiration, as enshrined in our National Development Plan, is clear. Achieve food and nutrition security by 2030 through climate-smart practices bolstered by renewable energy throughout the agricultural value chain. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, meaningful inclusion and intergenerational dialogue are crucial to achieving SDG 13, to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. In Sierra Leone, we consider our women equal partners for development. We passed the Progressive Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Bill, which guaranteed by law a minimum of 30% representation of women for all appointive and elective positions. My government is committed to promoting the inclusion of women in climate resilience programs and the participation of women in decision-making for climate change adaptation and mitigation governance at all levels. We must harness our demographic dividends on the continent and involve our youthful population in our climate adaptation and mitigation efforts throughout by involving the youth in everything that we do. Sierra Leone's quest for environmental resilience hinges upon our capacity to address climate finance, build local competencies, and refine our legislative blueprints, and etc. Solutions like carbon markets, innovative debt swaps, and novel financial tools such as leveraging our natural resources may be our bridge to surmount a fiscal chasm. Our appeal is clear. Sierra Leone seeks equitable, nimble, and timely access to climate financing. We ask for unbarred access to new climate change adaptation and mitigation technologies, and shared knowledge. Our salvation from escalating climate crisis lies in collective wisdom and concerted efforts. Another challenge is our institutional prowess in designing programs that attract climate finance is still developing. We yearn for guidance and backing to boost our legislative architecture, especially concerning forest conservation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while shared, the responsibility for climate adaptation and mitigation is not and should not be evenly distributed. Expecting countries like Sierra Leone to bear the brunt of a crisis that scarcely contributed to without robust support from the primary emitters, the industrial giants, is fundamentally unjust. Our stance is unequivocal. We are here to collaborate, not to capitulate. We seek cooperation, not charity. The actions of significant polluters must pivot from mere declarations and vague commitments to actionable, technology-driven reparations. It is a demand grounded in the technical feasibility of climate justice, not just its moral imperative. A unified front against the existential crisis is not just desired, it is imperative. As I close, I implore all of us present, the hourglass of action is dwindling, and the sands of time wait for none. Let's come together, not just in spirit, but in action, but in actionable solidarity. For in unity we find just strength, but not just strength, but salvation. Thank you.
Another round of applause for President Bayo. Thank you very much. Now let me take this opportunity to request my sister again, Her Excellency Saleh Work Zewde, the President of Ethiopia. Madam President, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very important summit. Congratulations to the African Union for organizing it, and for Kenya for being our gracious host, as it is in the tradition of this country. Africa has tried its best to make its voice heard. This is not the first time that we meet to do so. In fact, to speak in one voice and to alert partners of the disastrous consequences. Ethiopia has been on the forefront of this fight. A lot has been done to coordinate our efforts in order to have a strong common position. Common position is indeed always needed in our African Union Forum. Today, it's about climate, but the continent's major issues such as peace, stability, progress requires indeed our common position. It has been increasingly difficult to explain to our people, and particularly to our youth, this contradiction, resource-rich continent and yet poor people, to explain the injustice that has been mentioned many times here today. That is why our summit cannot and should never be a talk show, but a place where concrete actions and actionable actions are being taken. Let me also say that without sufficient research publications, it would be difficult for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to get accurate representation of Africa's special needs and circumstances that would build evidence-based for advancing the key ask of the continent. So it is imperative that as Africa, we prioritize investments in our research capacity to develop scientific publications to inform and guide global efforts to combat climate change. We must emphasize on investing in African research institutions to produce regionally relevant science that can inform the different working groups under the IPCC. This endeavor requires a strong commitment from both African scientists and the international community, accompanied by the financial capacity necessary to deliver this research. Ethiopia has witnessed in the past decades, including the last consecutive years, persistent drought, flooding, locust invasion, where millions were severely affected. We've been carrying out different practical policy and action interventions as a step to contribute to emission removal and building adaptation capacity. Besides, we've also put in place national adaptation plan to build and boost resilience and adaptation capacity. Building climate resilient green economy is one of the pillars of our 10-year national development plan. As per our strategic consideration, we have launched the long-term low-emission and climate-resilient development strategy that has been submitted to the UNFCCC with the aspiration to achieve net zero emission and building climate-resilient development by 2050. The Ethiopian Green Legacy Initiative that has been mentioned again today, that was launched in 2019, has succeeded in planting 25 billion seedlings on the degraded landscapes by mobilizing volunteers throughout the nation. The initiative helped for the development of more than 120 nurseries and created more than 180,000 jobs throughout the country. More importantly, the initiative is intended to inculcate the green behavior in each of our citizens. The greening initiative has been scaled up into fruit-bearing perennial trees, thereby directly linking the initiative with our food system transformation strategy. In the agriculture sector, Ethiopia has achieved notable progress in enhancing its wheat production, effectively transforming a deficit of 15 million metric tons in 2019-2020 into a surplus of 65 million quintals in 2022-23. I think this achievement has enabled Ethiopia to meet not only its domestic need, and in fact commence with exports. This gives me a good opportunity to thank the African Development Bank, and most particularly its president, my young brother, for the support that was given to us. The plan is to cultivate 2 million hectares during the dry season alone in 2023. The success of wheat production is critical for the country's efforts to enhance food security and achieve food sovereignty. In terms of renewable energy production, Ethiopia is also investing on green energy projects such as hydroelectric, wind, solar, and geothermal energy sectors, as well as promoting modern rural cooking technologies. We have successfully run the hydro energy producing projects, including the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, with domestic resources which will significantly make difference in the country's status in terms of social, environmental, and economic needs. Ethiopia is striving to finance climate actions proactively and persistently as means systematically addressing the economic challenges of the country. Accordingly, the government has invested over $82 million from 2011 to 2019, mobilized from domestic, bilateral, multilateral sources, as well as from international climate finance institutions on climate change mitigation and adaptation projects and programs in agriculture, energy, transport, industry, forest, urban development, and health sectors. Despite this investment, Ethiopia still needs to attract and mobilize a significant finance to support its climate-compatible development agenda. We still count on our partners to fulfill their commitments to developing countries and committing themselves for the new challenge of setting new quantified finance goals in the coming years. We also strongly urge multilateral financial institutions to undergo a serious reform that fits for purpose for the needs and circumstances of developing countries rather than fueling the historical debt accumulated on the shoulders of developing countries and mainly Africa. Our future depends on our decision now. Urgent action is needed in limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid worst impact. 8 years after its signature, ensuring the implementation of Paris Agreement is not an option again. As I conclude, I would like to assure you Ethiopia's unwavering commitment to work with our fellow Africans and other global partners to achieve our priorities and the long-term objective of making the planet comfortable for present and future generations. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Another round of applause for President Zewde. Let me now take this opportunity to request Brahim Ghali, the President of Sahrawi Arab Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, and also head of the Committee of Heads of States on Climate Change, and also head of the AU, and also Mr. Musa Fiki, head of the AC, Your Excellencies, heads of states, heads of governments, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure at the outset to extend my wholehearted thanks to the Republic of Kenya, the government of Kenya, and the people of Kenya, and President William Ruto for this gracious invitation to attend this meeting. Would like to thank you for the excellent hospitality, and would like to thank you for all sorts of efforts and generosity for the sake of the success of this great event, which is the Climate Summit in Africa. And our Saharan Republic also is facing the climate change like so many other countries in the world. We're facing all these challenges related to climate change. Meanwhile, we have another struggle to put an end to occupation in my countries due to the occupation because of the conflict with Morocco. And those challenges are intertwined. This situation led to the displacement of more than 200,000 of our citizens to some territories that are suffering from climate problems, and temperature in the refugees camps are immeasurable. In our occupied territories, the different practices of occupation, which is outside the control of the international law, without any kind of control, it leads to the aggravation against climate change, like, for instance, the problems with fishery, and this depletes our water and agricultural resources for the sake of exports. And this kind of military occupation is sort of a wall and divides our country into two parts. And this deprives the occupied territories from water. And this is a very dangerous environmental deterioration, and this increases drought in our region. It also led to so many deeply rooted changes in the surface of the land, which became more exposed to wind erosion and also water stagnation. There are also mined areas along this wall became inhabitable, and also it has a very limited economic production. Those challenges, huge challenges, required practical measures on our side to deal with this situation. And in this context, we developed our NDC, and we identified through it the urgent measures for adaptation with climate change and mitigation of its limits. And we did that through strengthening development, which is based on renewables instead of fossil energy. And we supported NDC by having an NAP or NAP through the common ministerial initiatives that included several ministries. In the Sahrawi refugees camps, we developed agricultural systems to reduce the use of water. We also developed modern means with lower costs for housing. And the purpose of that is to face the increasing risks of floods, in addition to the spread out of using solar energy in small units. We also have experienced some electricity projects using solar energy, wind energy, and we're using it also in medical facilities in remote and isolated areas. There we use solar energy. Mr. President, although we have a desert nature, but we do have so many resources to provide to the blue economy in Africa. We have long coasts, and it's very good for fisheries. And our coast, which goes as far as 1,110 kilometers, The land there is known for its resources, and of course it's adopted by Ramsar Convention. Those areas are Wadi Saqiya, Bujdur, Dakhla Bay, and Sabkha Imlili. And although all those resources are exposed to climate change, because of the excessive depletion of those resources under occupation, but our country emphasizes that it's committed to execute and implement cautious plans in this area. And this is in harmony with the African initiatives and its goals to protect the African coasts in Africa. In addition to our work or setting out administrative plans for the important environmental areas, and according to the climate change requirements, we're going to work with other countries and have partnerships and with those countries and African organizations to build our national capacities and to exchange experience in relation to the blue economy. The delay of the termination of the occupation by the United Nations, which is the last in Africa, that doesn't mean that we are fully participation in the international global efforts to face climate change and its detrimental impacts. It is illogical that we're deprived of getting the required and allocated financing to face climate change, and we're also deprived of the technical assistance through the climate change mechanism under the United Nations and other organizations. We cannot be deprived from our rights and duty to take part with Africa and the world in this kind of efforts against climate change. And also, we have been coexisting for years and years with those dire and difficult climate circumstances like other countries. We should be represented in the new FCCC and also in the COP. And also we should sign also the Paris agreement and take part in the negotiations, and to also adopt our NDC regularly to the UNFCCC. Our voice is and will be an African voice, and it's going to support the African voice and stance. Sustainable development and the management of blue economy in Africa is strongly related to the way we use to respond to climate change. And we are ready to contribute with our brothers and sisters in Africa and the whole world to achieve the best results and outcomes. I wish you all the best in this summit, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Gali, for that statement. Now it's my humble duty to request His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mheshimiwa Ruto, na hongera sana kwa maandalizi mazuri ya mkutano huyu.
I want to thank God for having given us this very beautiful continent and many opportunities for development. Excellency William Samuel Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, our host, Excellencies, heads of state and government present, representatives of international and regional organizations, all protocols observed. At the outset, may I thank President Samuel Ruto, the government and people of Kenya for the warm welcome accorded to us. I also congratulate the government of Kenya and the African Union on the excellent organization of this summit, which is being held at the appropriate time. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is one of the greatest collective threats to mankind. In Burundi, the impact of climate change, mainly through drought and torrential rains, violent winds, floods, and landslides are the major factors of displacement of people. To this, we have to add the rising of the Lake Tanganyika and the growing land degradation, which push families to fight about the remaining fertile land. According to the findings, the annual loss in Burundi is estimated at $100 million. In these losses, 72% because of flood, 5% because of torrential rain, and 40% of violent winds. Thus, these weather vagaries, in fact, lead to $70 million of loss, and it impacts on the well-being of the peoples. Their livelihoods provoke the destruction of human habitat as well as infrastructures, the proliferation of and the spread of diseases and loss in human life. Over the past 20 years, the 1,001 hills of Burundi are exposed to the impact of climate change. Burundi was used to having rainfall of 9 months, but today drought has even grown beyond 4 months, with an unusual season and rhythm of seasons that affect agricultural productivity as well as animal husbandry. Burundi has increased the number of initiatives in order to face this phenomenon. Burundi is in line with all the conventions that relate to climate change. In this regard, Burundi has adopted an environment code in 2021, and one of the policies for environmental orientations taking into account climate change. This program is accompanied by the mobilization of farmers and by putting, that is, the planting of trees in fertile arable lands in order to retain the rain water. Burundi prepared in 2021 its nationally determined contribution operational plans for adaptation plans also adopted, and according to Article 4, Paragraph 9 of Article 4 of the Paris Declaration. At the practical level, Burundi is mobilizing regularly youth on vacation in preparing the nurseries for agroforestry and forestry seedlings, and to plant them during the period of reforestation, and also to have a program that is Burundi since 2018 wants to rehabilitate the degraded forest lands. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Burundi has the ambition by 2040 wants to develop its objectives of development and the protection of environment and the enhancement of resilience to climate change. According to these perspectives, there are many projects that are envisaged in order to consider a climate resilient program. The establishment of agropoles, hydroelectric centers using photovoltaic cells, and the removal and the processing of waste, and through technological innovation that are adapted to the agricultural and situations where you will have fuel, wood, and other natural gas and biogas which is going to be used. As you know, Africa is bearing the burden of the impact of climate change, although it contributes less than 4% of global warming and emissions. Therefore, there is an urgent appeal to the developed countries to honor their commitments in Paris, made in Paris, and to work in favor of the developing countries in order to mitigate the climate change and also ensure the transition towards a green climate. To conclude, we reiterate our commitment to the Paris Declaration and also the Plan of Action of 2022 to 2032 of Africa as regards climate change and also resilient development. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your comments. Another round of applause for President Evariste Ndayishimiye. Let me now take this opportunity to request the Vice President of Angola, my dear sister, to come and make her statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencia William Samuel.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. William Samuel Ruto, Your Excellency, Mr. Azali Assoumani, Chair of the African Union, Your Excellency, Mr. Moussa Faki, the Chair of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, First Ladies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Allow me, Your Excellencies, to present to you, first of all, the regard of His Excellency, Mr. João Lourenço, the President of the Republic of Angola, whom I have the honor of representing in this August summit, attended by member states with the aim of contributing to finding durable solutions to address global challenges related to the climate change on our continent. We would like to take advantage of this opportunity to applaud the government of Kenya for the warm welcome I received, as well as the warm welcome to the Angolan delegation. We would like to applaud the African Union for this important initiative. We would also like to applaud His Excellency William Ruto, the President of Kenya, who is a coordinator of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government for Climate Change, for incentivizing member states to contribute for the process of green transformation of the continent and for the development of the continent's human and natural resources. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, about half a century ago, the environment came to the center of the development of human development. Just like other regions, Africa has been affected by the global shocks, including the global financial crisis, the increasingly growing impact of climate change, and of extreme weather events such as floods and droughts, which amount to a threat to the African economies, which has had a negative impact on the implementation of the different national programs, and which has been preventing us from achieving our sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the President of the Republic of Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, continues to prioritize issues related to climate change through the National Program for Sustainable Development 2022 to 2027, which has defined as a priority food security, family agriculture, local development, and adaptation to climate change, the education, health, for greater development of human capital, the creation of inclusive employment, as well as modernization and expansion of national infrastructures, both port and road infrastructures, the development of industrial centers to support the diversification of our economy and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is a continent rich in opportunities where women and youth are some of the greatest producers of food supplies. Therefore, we must fund initiatives and projects that involve women and youth. We need to finance green employment for the youth in order to increase and strengthen the adaptation and resilience of our communities and promote sustainable development. Angola is fully committed with the implementation of the UN Framework for Climate Change. For that reason, we have been implementing policies and action plans, such as the National Strategy for Climate Change 2022-2035. This strategy aims to address the challenges launched by the Paris Agreement and to assure the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as establish the vision of the African policy for the Angolan policy for 2035. Out of its own initiative, the Republic of Angola is developing a diversified energy program, and today it incentivizes energy transition for clean and renewable energies through the implementation of two projects, which is the project of the photovoltaic panel, which will be producing 235 megawatts, which will help reduce the impact of the greenhouse gas emission to the tune of 935,000 tons a year. We are also building 5 photovoltaic parks in 5 provinces in Angola. When it comes to adaptation to climate change, we have been implementing mitigation activities to help mitigate the impact of the drought in Angola. The country has invested more than $130 million for the construction of the Kafu Channel, an infrastructure that will bring water to the communities affected by the drought, as well as to support agricultural activities, in this way building the resilience of our rural communities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge that the road is long. With regards to technological solutions and innovative solutions for climate challenges, the responsible, sustainable production and consumption. On that end, we are working with the African Group, implementing initiatives that will allow us to honor international commitments, especially when it comes to increasing and ensuring that at least 70% of our energy comes from renewable sources by 2035. Ladies and gentlemen, the damage and the losses Africa is suffering as a result of climate change are high. They have been contributing for social instability. They have been contributing to mass displacement and have been contributing to the existence of conflicts. Angola, therefore, calls for a fairer and more equitable global partnership. Angola believes that the investment in climate projects in Africa will not only benefit African nations, but will contribute for global climate stability. We must act fast. And to conclude, I would like to thank everyone who helped organize the summit. And I would like to reiterate the commitment of Angola towards equality, resilience, and towards everything related to the progress of our beloved Africa. I would like to reiterate our trust in the African Union and in the international community, so that together we can face challenges associated with climate change. Together we can overcome the obstacles and build a better future for our communities, for Africa, and for the world. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Another round of applause for Angola. Thank you very much. Let me now take this opportunity with all humility to ask President Ismail Omar Guelleh, the President of Djibouti, to make his statement. Your Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, President Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, may I thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, and the brotherly people of Kenya for the warm welcome accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Nairobi. It is a real pleasure for me to take the floor at this forum which is in line with our strategic thought and dialogue and exchange of views for the sustainable development of our continent through the potential which a blue economy affords us. The Republic of Djibouti subscribes to the Moroni Declaration and the strategy of coordination for a mechanism of the coastal countries which alone
de territoire océanique.
Kilometers. Our country is the desert country and affected by climate change, and this has been imposed also on us. That is why the tertiary economy occupies 87%, while 3% only is for other components. In fact, we have a very important part played in our economy by the port and the sea. In fact, seawater has enabled us to resolve the problem of access to drinking water, and Djibouti has realized its first regime of desalination. That is to say that the development of economy, blue economy, is an imperative need for Djibouti, and it is in this spirit that we have worked out a national strategy for blue economy in 2023, and the national vision is the guiding principle for the action of the government. Its partners and the civil society in working in the maritime economy. In fact, we have worked out a 5-year strategy as well as a plan for implementation of a blue economy, and both are aligned to the strategy and the plan for blue economy and the strategy of IGAD for blue economy and inclusive sustainable economy that can contribute significantly to the transformation of the Horn of Africa. The other sectors identified, that is, in addition to the port and maritime activities, are fishery and aquaculture, and also the maritime security and safety. We have renewable energy and telecommunications through the submarine and the sea cables. Mr. President, the oceans transcend the states and they connect all of them, and we should harness this potential in order to create wealth. This is the essential of what it means to develop a blue economy, that is to establish partnerships that will enable us to make use and exploit our oceans, and also a paradigm for action leading to sustainable development. That is why the strategy of blue economy should depend on 3 principles: enhancement of economic activities and the maritime activities, the safeguard of natural resources and ecosystem services, and the establishment and the creation of sustainable jobs and growth. We have to ensure that oceans create opportunities for our peoples. More than 80% of the people of Djibouti live on the coast. That is why we think that inclusiveness, ownership, and the empowerment of the coastal people and communities are essential for the implementation of blue economy before we can think of other world supply chains. We need to guarantee the local capacity, legitimize, regulate, and establish opportunities. Mr. President, the awareness of the possibilities of the oceans by our societies and also is associated to sensitization about the various threats and also the threat to maritime and climate change, because this can unleash a dynamics for a better system of protection and sustainable use of marine resources. The preservation and protection of our oceans will guarantee the sustainability of our planet. And this preservation should be accompanied by action, that is, to fight against inequalities and the harmful practices that impede and affect the governance of oceans. Illegal fishing, commercial, unlimited commercial and industrial fishing, the dumping in the toxic waste in our oceans are major risks to our planet. This conference should, in fact, be the point of departure for the trajectory of development of our oceans and seas. We are aware of the African potential as regards blue economy, but also our vulnerability. That is, to unleash the potential of blue economy will regenerate in Africa and beyond, and will demand the mobilization of adequate financial resources, because the capacities of our states to take advantage of blue economy remains inadequate. In spite of many commitments made by the international community as regards adaptation to climate change and increase and enhance resilience, our achievements in fact remain below what is expected and what is demanded. That is why Africa continues to urge our partners to develop and honor their commitments, because the development of blue economy is in line with the spirit of sustainability and resilience that is recommended by Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, and is a breath of oxygen for our countries and for our deserts. I thank you.
Another round of applause for President Ismail Omar of Djibouti. Let me now take this opportunity to invite the Vice President of Namibia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to extend warm greetings from the Republic of Namibia specifically from Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, to you, President William Ruto, for your excellent leadership in the fight against climate change and for hosting this very important and timely summit on climate change. I further extend my gratitude to you and to the people of Kenya for the excellent way this summit has been organized and the warm hospitality extended to my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Nairobi. As Your Excellency have said, I'm finally happy to have returned home to East Africa. Today, I wish to shed light on the effect and impact of climate change on Namibia and her people. Namibia's geographical location in southwest corner of Africa, with its vast desert landscape and arid climate, make it particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Rising temperatures, erratic rainfall patterns, and prolonged droughts are becoming more frequent and tense, wreaking havoc on the country's economy, on our environments, and of course, affecting our people. Agriculture, a cornerstone of Namibia's economy, is significantly affected. Prolonged droughts and unpredictable rain patterns lead to the reduced crop yields, livestock losses, and increased vulnerability to food insecurity. As a result, farmers struggle to provide for their families and to contribute to the nation's food production. The impact on rural community is thus severe, exacerbating poverty and inequality. Moreover, climate change exacerbates the water scarcity challenges facing our country. With limited fresh water resources and a growing population, the demand for water is increasingly high. However, as temperature rises and rainfall becomes erratic, rivers and water bodies dry up and groundwater reserves deplete. This scarcity not only affects drinking water availability, but will also impact on agriculture, industrial activities, and hydropower generation. The water crisis strains communities, hinders economic development, and threatens social and communal stabilities. Your Excellencies, these challenges are not unique only to Namibia, as the whole continent experienced similar, if not worse, consequences of climate change. We need to be clear in our message to the international community as it relates to what some refer to as climate injustice or climate justice. The global response to the effect of climate change in Africa should be characterized by agency, collaboration, and support. Africa, as a continent, is particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, despite contributing minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions. Developed nations must fulfill their commitment to provide financial and technical assistance to African countries. Adequate funding is crucial to support adaptation and mitigation efforts, in improving structural resilience, and promote sustainable development. Technology transfer and capacity building initiatives can empower African nations to implement climate-friendly solutions and maximize their potential for clean energy generation and sustainable agriculture. As Africans, we need a stronger voice, unity, and wield more international influence to bring around the necessary change on the continent for the betterment of our people if we want to realize, and I quote, the Africa we want, in line with Agenda 2063. By working together, we can build a more resilient Africa, mitigate the impact of climate change, and ensure a sustainable future for the continent and all its people. I'm therefore positive that through the Nairobi Declaration, we send a clear message to international community, and especially to our partners present here at this conference, that the time to act is now. Merci beaucoup, obligation, obrigado, thank you all, asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Now it's my opportunity to request the Vice President of Colombia, my sister, to come and make her remarks. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President. She is the first woman of color to be Vice President of Colombia. Welcome.
Buenas tardes.
I greet the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto. I greet the excellent President of Comoros, Azali Assoumani, His Excellency Moussa Faki, the President of the African Union Commission, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, all the presidents and leaders, ministers, the media, and all those present here. In first place, I wish to thank the President Ruto for having invited Colombia to participate in this great summit on climate here in this African continent. I come sent by the President Gustavo Petro, who was invited personally by the President of Kenya, and I'd like to thank him for blessing the central discussion that we have today, as that is a call to all of humanity to care for the great challenges, especially this planetary challenge that is putting into risk the life in the planet. As an African descendant woman, I'm very proud to be here in the mother continent. From here, my ancestors came. They were slaves when they left, but today I return as a free woman vice president, and that means that we have done, we have chosen freedom, justice, and dignity as people. It's an honor for me to be here to form part of this very important discussion, and it is the challenge that we have to, and which our nations face, with the climate change. As you have said, Africa is the voice of the planet, but it's also the place where humanity came from. And today, knowing that Africa is giving directions on how to save the big house, the planet. However, it is necessary for this voice to be heard, to be extended to the global south. Today here, Latin America is present, the Caribbeans are present, because we are suffering the same challenges as you are. My country this year, as a government, we have had to face a crisis, a very strong crisis, on account of the effects of climate change, floods, which have put in danger the lives of the most vulnerable. But now we have a drought which is starting and which is going to put into danger human life and the life of the fragile ecosystems which form part of this great lung of the world, which is the Amazon and the Pacific region. As we know here, there is another part of this lung of the world, which is the Congo Basin, the region of the Congo, a very strategic region for guaranteeing equilibrium. In this sense, President Gustavo Petro has made several proposals to the world in the United Nations, and today these propositions are placed before you. Whatever has been said today here about how to assume the polycrisis, the different crises that we're experiencing, the crisis of hunger, the crisis of migration, crisis of health, and the pandemic. All this is a sign of this planetary crisis, and of the many crises that derive from the impact on the planet of the climate change. And in this sense, therefore, the countries of middle income, or the vulnerable countries, are the ones that suffer the greatest consequences, as has been said here several times by the speakers. We are not the people responsible for the emissions, but we suffer the greatest consequences of them. And here the problem is a problem of finances. How do we finance the actions that we are carrying out in our countries and in our regions? The real problem is a financial problem. It's not a lack of political will to do something. The real problem is that we don't have the resources, sufficient resources, to look after, to challenge these planetary challenges, to face them. And therefore, we support the proposal of the President of a new reform of the structure of the financial system. We cannot attend this crisis with the same rules and norms of the international financial system, which certainly has a colonial view, or colonialist view, where the rich people sustain themselves in the economy by exploiting the poorer ones. And this colonialist vision will not allow us to challenge the situation that we are experiencing. Therefore, we propose the exchange of debt for climate action. This exchange of debt obviously cannot be in the traditional way as has been done before, because there would not be any just situation. We would not have the sufficient conditions to do properly these exchanges. These exchanges obviously imply special conditions, and one of these proposals is that we should reach agreements, multilateral agreements, to work on this transformation and on the financial system. And in addition, we should together build within this agreement, this multilateral agreement, a plan, an urgent action plan. The planet doesn't have much time. We do not have much time to continue speaking. We have to go into action. And this happens because of political will. The political will of the countries of the North, the G20, who continue emitting gases, but it is not sufficient for us to act in the South if the global North does not take up the challenge of limiting its emission of the gases, as we were saying, as the General Secretary of the United Nations said a few minutes ago. In this sense, therefore, we propose that we should do the same that what was done in the case of the pandemic. The International Monetary Fund should issue special bonds so that these can contribute to create a global fund to allow the middle-income and vulnerable countries to have the economic conditions to be able to face these challenges. Without this, it would not be possible to advance. Without this commitment to reform the financial system, our countries will continue being drowned in debt, and worse, without getting real responses, solutions to our populations that are dying. As a woman, I celebrate that in this space, in this summit, we are considering the role of women in the policy of life, in this the policy of using our instinct, our maternal instinct, to save our mother, the earth, the bigger uterus. Thank you for this invitation, and I repeat, Colombia expresses its commitment in climate change and its commitment to strengthen South-South relations with Africa and with the Caribbeans, which will allow us to give concrete, specific responses and to this planetary challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, mi hermana.
For that candid statement. And by the way, Francia has a Kenyan name. She's called Nyawira. And when she came to Kenya, we traced her origin to a place called Meru. So thank you very much, Nyawira. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for Nyawira, Francia. Thank you very much. Now, let me take this opportunity to request my brother, the Prime Minister from DRC, to make his comments briefly, because we've really overshot the runway. Your Excellency, please.
Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and host of this summit. Excellencies, heads of state and government, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Madame von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, Mr. Moussa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to take the floor on this day on behalf of His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, on the occasion of this African Climate Summit in this magnificent and beautiful Kenya International Conference Center. Like those who took the floor before me, I would like to thank the Republic of Kenya, the sister republic, for the warm welcome accorded to my delegation, and I would like to extend this gratitude on behalf of the President of the DRC. Organized under the thing that is to develop positive solutions for climate in favor of Africa and the world. This summit affords my country the opportunity to meet the expectations as regards the problem of climate, and precepts are based on three fundamental principles, that is, a green economy, biodiversity, and renewable energy. As we can not overemphasize that the DRC is a kind of solution country which imposes on the world because of its potential and innumerable assets, which is an undeniable contribution that is there for the conservation of nature. A favorable ecosystem, our country in fact has huge forest resources and 155.5 million hectares, which is more than 10% of the forests of the Congo Basin, an important reserve and a well of more than 30 gigaton of carbon, and also its potential of the solar energy, which represents 37.7% of Africa and the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo can, through its hydroelectric power, can provide and supply Africa with this energy, and also its young population, its labor force, and which is a great potential. And as President Ruto has said earlier on, the African potential is known. Here, it is a question of transforming this potential and harness this potential in responding to the issues of climate. We, last year, had a crisis, the fact of the deregulation of the wells and the dry season, which in fact had a lean corn season in East Africa, in Central Africa, as well as Southern Africa. And this has destabilized our economies. This has made us more aware of the response that we should give to this climate problem. For me, and the response of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there are three indispensable ingredients. One is the will, solidarity, and determination. The will is through the honoring of commitments that we make, particularly the countries that pollute, and as regards the carbon tax, as agreed at the COP15, will on financing, innovative financing, and financing green economy, as agreed at the last summit in Paris. And then the investment on energy, the development of value chains here in Africa, and this with a response for jobs for our youth, and the will to enable us, as it has been said here, that is access to financing on fair and equitable conditions and the reduction of debt of the vulnerable economies through compensation, because it has also been proposed and I think it has to be recalled. And the second ingredient is solidarity. Solidarity as regards projects of common interest. I'm here thinking of and referring to energy, green energy, the needs in energy and the peoples who live in the forest, and also thinking of the Inga Dam, an integrating project, and we are open to proposals so that we need the efforts of each and every one. I can give another example, the agreement between the DRC and Zambia on the development of value chains, solidarity on issues of common interest, as is the case like the Congo Basin, the Amazon, and the Mekong Basin, as called by President Denis Sassou Nguesso. And then solidarity as regards peace and security in order to guarantee the protection of forests, biodiversity, which has been destroyed by various criminal activities. Then determination, which is the third ingredient, in the search for innovative solutions to climate, as it is the case here in Kenya, and then the determination for a better world to be bequeathed to our children, and also the new climate economy, and access to conservation and the rehabilitation and restoration of our forests for the production of, and then regenerative agriculture, and also to ensure food security. It is for this reason that we are in favor of the establishment of a fund for climate change. We also are making an advocacy, and we want to do it on the margins of the UN General Assembly, which will be organized on 19 September, on a carbon market that will be profitable for Africa, and that will be on the margins of that summit. So all these issues will show solidarity, and this should apply not only to Africa but also beyond. I sincerely want to thank President Ruto and all the participants for this opportunity that is afforded to us through this summit, which will contribute undoubtedly to all the meetings on climate. I want to thank you all.
Thank you very much, my brother Sama, for your comments. And another round of applause for my brother Sama. Let me ask that we now prepare the clip from my sister Motley. Just hold it as I give the floor very briefly, maybe 2-3 minutes, to the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Salah Jama from Somalia, if he is there. Okay, if he's not there, can we take the clip from my sister, Mia Motley?
Your Excellency President Ruto of Kenya, Your Excellency Azal Assoumani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, I'd like to thank you for co-hosting such an important summit. Thank you also to Your Excellency UN Secretary General, my dear friend and brother, Antonio Guterres, and to presidents, honorable ministers, and everyone present for contributing to this remarkable occasion. We are gathered here today for what is truly an important summit, not just for Africa, but for the entire world. And while I do wish I could join you in person today, please accept my participation by way of this message as I bring this from you from my own shores here in Barbados. President Ruto, you know that Kenya is one of my favorite places, and if I could be there, I would be there. My friends, so many people across the globe are now imperiled and impacted by the climate crisis and the interconnected impacts that take place, such as pollution and deforestation. The world has discussed and debated all of this. But the fact is that for too long, we have done far too little. And as I said in Paris, we're not moving at the pace or with the scope that is necessary to tackle the environmental decline if we are to safeguard our people and our planet. The climate crisis affects everybody, but particularly it has devastating consequences, life and death consequences, for the very poorest and most vulnerable. And they come from countries who didn't help cause it. But my friends, we still have a choice. We can continue to talk amongst each other, seeking perfection or even casting blame, while the world literally burns. Or we can choose to transform our future. We can choose to shape it. To do so, we've said all along, we need to take action now, and at the pace and the scope that matters. And why with such urgency? We now live in a world of superlatives. I call it the season of superlatives, the hottest, the rainiest, the warmest. Everything is breaking new barriers and new records for the Guinness Book of World Records. And yet every day we continue to do nothing or enough as we see the impacts of the climate crisis. We need to stop talking and we need to do. The Bridgetown Initiative is an action plan that we've identified to make the world a better place, only because we live in a world where capitalism and money dominate so much that unless we unlock the financing mechanisms, we're not going to be able to take the necessary action at scale and with speed. At its core, the Bridgetown Initiative sets out how we can rebuild the international financial architecture to be fit for purpose, so that countries like ours and yours are no longer disadvantaged by systems that were not built with us in mind when they were established. Now is the time to do what needs to be done. There's no other word. N-O-W, a simple three-letter word, now. We are at the crossroads for humanity. And this, my friends, is a time when political will, matched by the recognition of our reality, will make all the difference in the world. I know that many of us recognize this who are there today at this Africa Summit. Your countries and your people continue, like mine and ours in the Caribbean and across SIDS, to face the brutal effects of this climate crisis. And we also face, of course, that climate financing gap that is limiting your ability to respond effectively. This cannot and this should not be. Brothers and sisters, I say to you today that it is up to everyone to do all they can to ensure the continued health of our nations. We must work together from the African continent to the Caribbean. Understanding nature and the climate crisis does not respect the boundaries which man holds fast to as borders. Indeed, I say now it doesn't matter because we're seeing it in the north, in the east, the west, and the south. We must stand up for what is right. We must share a sense of responsibility to our environment and indeed to the loss of biodiversity on land and in our oceans. We must share a sense of responsibility to each and every generation. We, my friends, are capable of achieving common goals, but we can only do so when we share that sense of responsibility to one another. We must be our brothers and sisters' keepers, and we must look to treat others as we would wish to be treated. If we apply these simple precepts that our children live by daily, then I believe that we can begin to see success. I trust that the science will continue to be all at the center of all that we do, and I trust, therefore, that that ability to link science with finance, with public policy action, can make the difference to ordinary people in Nairobi, ordinary people in Bridgetown, ordinary people wherever they are found on this planet. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, my sister Motley, wherever you are, and for your very kind comments. Let me now take this opportunity to ask the Deputy Prime Minister from Somalia, Mr. Jama, to make your statement, and I request my brother to make it brief. Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
President. Your Excellency, President William Ruto, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow leaders from Africa and around the world. On behalf of the President of Somalia, Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, and the people of Somalia, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to the President of Kenya for convening this very timely inaugural African Climate Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, across the African continent, from the southern tip to the northern edge of the Sahara, from the Sahel to the Horn, the impact of climate change manifests itself in some very similar, cyclical, and destructive patterns. And it's this common threat that brings us all together to form a unified voice championed by President Ruto. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia, located in the Horn of Africa, is acutely aware of the profound weight of climate change vulnerabilities. Rising temperatures are very common in Somalia, and the predictions state that by 2040, 2060, the temperature will increase by 1 to 1.7 degrees Celsius. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight a set of variables that interact together and render the African states extremely vulnerable and their communities. The era of climate change has become synonymous with the nexus of food insecurity, forced migration, and displacement, coupled with conflict. It has been widely stated here today that over 150 million Africans are subject to food insecurity and hunger. Around 60 million of those are in the Eastern Africa and the Horn region, and 5 million in Somalia. Since much of the African countries are not industrial states, climate change impact affects us at our most vulnerable places. In places like Somalia, pastoral communities and agrarian communities are the most hard hit. So today's very proud livestock herder or a farmer could overnight find themselves in an IDP camp outside the big cities, becoming another added number to climate change vulnerabilities. I would like to allude to an element of combating climate change that has not been widely discussed in this plenary today, and that is our coastlines and the blue economy that President Gailey spoke about. Somalia has the longest coastline in the mainland continent, but overall in Africa, our blue economy is underperforming, and rising water levels, extinction of coral reefs and mangroves, and biodiversity is an imminent threat. For the ocean gives us more than 50% of the oxygen that we consume. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia annually loses a revenue worth of 300 million to illegal fishing. And I think investment in the sector would allow us to enhance our potential to cope with climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the final question I would like to raise is how well are the African states and societies situated to combat climate change? I think that point has been very well articulated by the previous speakers. The African states have a unique set of challenges that puts them in a precarious situation. Limited fiscal space, changing global markets and volatility, lack of access to finance at a reasonable rate, all these elements compounded, and the climate change divert the African states from investing in development and sustainable development goals, and on a regular basis focus on humanitarian interventions. Such an approach should be abandoned, and we must look for more meaningful engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, when droughts hit California, you do not see the death of people. But when droughts hit the Horn of Africa, you see both the death of people and the loss of livestock. So climate change affects Africa in some very profound and immediate ways. Finally, I fundamentally want to agree with the argument put forth by President Ruto that Africa should be and ought to be part of the solution to combat climate change. We have a very young, vibrant population. More than 70% of our population is young. We have 60% of the world's potential in terms of renewable energy. We have the greatest potential for agriculture and livestock. And instead of the world feeding us, Africa has the potential to feed the world. But for that to happen, there needs to be justice and reform in the global financial institution. If we cannot access finances at a reasonable rate, a rate equal to others, then for us, bringing about transformation would be an elusive goal. I'll give you the final example of where Somalia stands today. We are fighting a war against Al-Shabaab, Mr. President. That's why our president could not be here. He is in the front lines. We are finalizing a debt relief HIPC initiative that took us almost a decade, serious fiscal limitations. After we complete the fight against Al-Shabaab and we finish our debt relief program, we will find ourselves in a very interesting situation. Do we go for concessional loans to invest in infrastructure, in human capital, in sustainable development goals, or do we deal with the droughts? We almost averted a famine a year ago. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, in the last 30 years, Somalia has experienced 18 droughts, 2 famines, an equal number of floods. In order for us to develop the resilience and the mechanisms to cope with those things and empower our resilient citizens, we ask for international financial institutions to be reformed, adaptation programs to be increased, and Africans should have a common voice so that we can take it to the next scope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. And I want to confirm as a neighbor the whereabouts of the President of Somalia and give him our regards. Let me take this opportunity. The President of Nigeria passed by and did request me to give a chance, a very brief moment, Minister, 2 minutes. Isaac Adenkule, the Minister of State for Environment from Nigeria. If he is in the house, you have the floor. And, oh yeah, thank you. Minister, please make it brief.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I am here to deliver the Nigerian statement on behalf of my President, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is unable to be here because he has to be in New Delhi, India, to be part of the summit of G20 leaders. Your Excellencies, President of the African Union, my brother, the President of Kenya, fellow African presidents, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, speaking on behalf of Nigeria, I extend my heartfelt congratulations for the landmark occasion that marks the inaugural AU African Summit. This event, as well as our recent efforts and advocacy on the topic of climate change, boldly demonstrates to the global community that Africa is rising to the challenge and taking decisive steps to deliver a sustainable economic future for our people. The African Climate Summit occurs at a pivotal juncture, offering us an exclusive stage to spotlight our priorities, solutions, and needs regarding climate action to the global community. As a continent, it is critical that climate action spurs socio-economic development for us. We know that with robust planning and increased investment in the region, this is achievable. Africa is already bearing the brunt of a climate crisis that it did not cause. But our continent, with our significant renewable energy resources, critical minerals, vast carbon sink, and growing population, can be a strong solution center. Distinguished participants, in Nigeria, we have articulated our unchanging position to advance climate action without jeopardizing economic development. We designed an ambitious energy transition plan to achieve universal access to energy by 2030 and net zero emission by 2060, while prioritizing industrialization, job creation, and economic growth. Significantly, our plan helps to crystallize the scale of resources needed to deliver climate targets, so that by the current financial flows will not suffice. Nigeria's energy transition plan requires 1.9 trillion in spending up to 2060, including 410 billion above business as usual spending. This is additional financing requirement translates to about 10 billion per annum, but average international financing flows to Nigeria for clean energy have been about 655 million per year over the last decades. Similarly, the unconditional target in our nationally determined contributions requires $7.7 billion in investment annually. In 2019-2020, all sub-Saharan Africa received barely approximately $20 billion USD in climate finance. Annual climate finance flows to Africa are currently just 11% of what we require, so more investment have to come to the continent. For us in Nigeria, we are presently establishing partnership with both public and private sector players, driving innovative policy changes, advancing renewable energy projects, including on-grid solar and electric vehicle development, and exploring innovative financing mechanisms like carbon trading to lay the foundation for an all-encompassing transition. I recently made public the key focus of my government captured as an 8-point agenda. Climate action and environmental sustainability is central to achieving 4 of those agendas, which are food security, poverty eradication, sustainable job creation, and security. We recognize that just energy transition partnerships are emerging as an important source of capital for climate-sensitive energy efforts in developing regions, and Nigeria wants to be considered for one. My team is currently working on a proposal to the G7 for the JET-P for Nigeria. It is encouraging that South Africa and Senegal have secured JET-Ps, but they must be scaled up across Africa in addition to other strategic financing opportunities. This summit is essential for highlighting such requests, sharing ongoing efforts, and establishing inter-country collaboration. Mr. President, I assure you and fellow leaders of Nigerian unwavering support as we embark on this journey to clearly communicate Africa's position on climate action and expedite an equitable, sustainable future for all of us. God bless Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. I will extend another 2 minutes to my brother Ban Ki-moon, if he is still in the house. If he is not, then I will request the Honorable Huang Rungui from China, the Minister for Ecology. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
OK， 尊敬的鲁托总统，尊敬的阿苏马尼总统。
His Excellency Asli Assoumani, President of Comoros, Ministers, Heads of States, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all. I am very honored on behalf of the Chinese government to be invited to join the Africa Climate Summit to discuss with African leaders, friends, and colleagues on climate change and sustainable development. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the government of Kenya and President Ruto Williams to successfully convene this summit. I would like to also thank President Ruto to invite the Chinese government to attend this event. Since the beginning of this year, extreme weather events have occurred frequently around the world. Forest fires in Canada, heat waves and floods in many parts of China, and floods and mudslides in Malawi, among other African states, have caused serious loss of life and property, as well as ecological crisis. Climate change is a global challenge that can only be effectively addressed through solidarity and cooperation. The UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement are hard-won gains, which reflect the greatest global consensus. We should always adhere to the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities, equity, and respective capabilities, so as to build a solid political foundation for global climate cooperation. Africa is one of the regions in the world most vulnerable to climate change. Which also plays an important role in the climate governance and actions. Faced with the multiple challenges of development, poverty reduction, and climate change, African countries have taken vigorous actions in adaptation and mitigation, and have made great efforts to realize the goals of the Paris Agreement. China, as the largest developing country with over 1.4 billion population, can totally relate to what Africa is experiencing in face of all the challenges. President Xi Jinping has pointed out that addressing climate change is not something that others want us to do, but something we must do. China has set the goal of carbon peaking by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060 as our NDC. China has taken vigorous actions which have led to positive progress. In this regard, China has become an active player to respond to climate change. Over the last decade, China has supported economic growth of over 6% per year, with only an average annual growth of 3% in energy consumption. Thus, the installed capacity of renewables in China is up to over 1.3 billion kilowatts. and China has brought down the global cost of renewables, contributing significantly to the global response to climate change and emission reduction. China has launched a national carbon market covering 4.5 billion tons of emissions per year. We also produced over half of the global e-mobility vehicles. We have afforested an area of 1.02 billion mu, equivalent to 6.8 million hectares, contributing to a quarter of the world's new forested area. China and Africa has been very effective in climate cooperation in the past 1 decade. We have assisted Africa's low-carbon and climate change adaptation demonstration zones, supported its clean energy infrastructure and smart agriculture, and helped enhance disaster prevention and mitigation in Africa, and also facilitated the implementation of the Great Green Wall program in Africa. In late 2021, China and Africa jointly issued the Declaration on China-Africa Cooperation on Combating Climate Change. As of August 2023, China has signed African countries on climate cooperation. I want to take this opportunity to announce that in order to implement this declaration, China plans to launch the program Africa Solar Belt under the South-South Cooperation on Climate Change to assist relevant African countries in developing and utilizing solar energy, address power shortage, and transition to green and low-carbon development. Development is the way to enable people to live a better life, a top priority for developing countries. Recently, President Xi Jinping has launched new initiatives such as the Support for Africa's Industrialization Initiative and China's plan for the modernization of African agriculture. We are ready to work with African countries to deepen cooperation in climate actions and sustainable development, and to join hands in promoting green, low-carbon modernization. Meanwhile, we also call on developed countries to proactively shoulder their historical responsibility and fulfill their commitment to provide developing countries with at least $100 billion every year in climate finance. As President of CBD COP15, I would like to also call for your attention to the intrinsic linkage between biodiversity and climate change. I have heard a lot of remarks just now which have mentioned the rich biodiversity and forest resources in China. In Africa, containing huge carbon sink. China would like to work with the international community to fully implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and to create harmony between man and nature. Finally, I wish this meeting every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me now take this opportunity for another 2 minutes to ask my brother Achim Steiner, the UN Undersecretary responsible for UNDP, to make some brief remarks. That is another Kenyan from a place called Nakuru.
Asante sana, Mr. President, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A great deal has been said this morning, but I'm still inspired, if I may say so, by your speech this morning, Mr. President. And with that, I take a license for a moment to take you back to a year in Kenya's history when you were 15 and I just a little bit older. It was the year that in Olkaria in Hell's Gate National Park, the first geothermal unit was installed. I mention this because the journey of Kenya in so many ways represents, when it comes to the energy sector, to leadership, to transition, to many of the things that you spoke about this morning, reflects what happens when people do not take the answer, it's not possible, it's not doable, it's too expensive, too seriously. Hell's Gate National Park is only about an hour outside Nairobi. Kenyans know it well. Visitors, please visit it because it is today one of the most remarkable places, the backbone of Kenya's electricity generating economy. That first Mitsubishi turbine installed in 1981 was installed against a great deal of skepticism. I learned about this history during the years that I spent here. It took many pioneers to envisage it. Today, Mr. President, I believe that Olkaria, with its various generating turbines, generates almost 1,000 megawatts of electricity. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in a country that may very well become the first country in modern history to actually generate its entire electricity supply with clean energy sources. Kenya today is a country that has passed the 92% mark, and it is no longer alone. In fact, Mr. President, there is another country in South America I visited and I did not know. Uruguay, today, well over 90% of its electricity supply with renewables. This is not to say that every country can follow the same path, but what we do in UNDP and why I'm so proud to be here together with my Secretary General and so many of the partners that are today invested in precisely the kind of vision that you have laid out for Africa, is that we can be partners. We have listened, we have learned together, and today, as UNDP, 36 countries on the African continent have invited UNDP to help them undertake integrated national financing frameworks to address this continuously frustrating reality that this continent is asked to borrow for things that it was neither responsible for nor it can afford to borrow in this world of today. That is why looking at finance with the kind of lens that you have both spoken to this morning is so important. Secondly, also pioneering projects such as solar mini-grids, another major enterprise of UNDP. For the first time in history, we are supporting 21 African countries to try and connect over the next few years 260 million people to electricity supplies. A $65 billion investment opportunity, but it needs hard work, both to prepare the ground, to find the investors, and to then roll it out. And finally, Mr. President, let me just commit to you in the presence of so many leaders from across the continent. The United Nations Development Programme, as part of the United Nations family, as you heard from the Secretary General this morning, is deeply committed to Africa's future transitions, coming out of the reality of today, but investing every day across the continent. I'm proud to today lead an organization within our UN development system that is literally present in every African country on this continent. We are invested in terms of your nationally determined contributions. We are invested in your energy transition just as deeply as we're invested in poverty eradication and ultimately a future for Africa that you spoke so eloquently this morning. Thank you so much for the privilege of addressing you today, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Steiner. I guess everybody, when they get a chance, they speak about their village. The Olkaria, where Steiner has very passionately talked about, is in his county of Nakuru. Thank you very much. Now, let me give another 2 minutes. Finally, this is the final one, to Bill Gates on video for 2 minutes, and then we will move the program to the next stage.
Hello. I want to thank President Ruto for convening this event and prioritizing this important work. I started work on climate change over 2 decades ago after I left my full-time work at Microsoft, and I was focusing on fighting poverty and fighting diseases. When I visited Africa, I saw 2 things. First was how climate is already affecting agricultural output, although they've contributed almost nothing to these greenhouse gas emissions because they're dependent on farming, they're near the equator, they're already experiencing more damages than other countries. But I also saw the energy shortage, and we need Africa to have lots and lots of energy to develop their economies. It's fantastic that the African researchers and companies are now thinking about how they can reduce their emissions and continue to grow their economies. Breakthrough Energy is the organization I created to help with climate mitigation. The goal is to innovate, to make the cost of being clean far, far less. And that means we can reduce the emissions and avoid this temperature increase that has such a negative impact. Late last year, I was in a farm in eastern Kenya, and they were experiencing drought. And so I talked through with Mary, who was the farmer, how the new seeds and new approaches were helping her. She had drought-tolerant seeds that made a very big difference. She also had chickens that were bred so they could be more heat-tolerant. And because of those new tools that were empowering her, she was expecting to do well despite the tough climate challenge that she faces. And so this is just one example, but by helping with better tools, allowing farmers like her, who are very innovative, to do new things, we can minimize these damages. I've seen there's African researchers work on innovations in fertilizer, making sure these new crops fit their ecosystems and getting those seeds out, getting them approved, and making sure they're low cost. So we do need to invest, whether it's in the innovation or the deployment, getting resources against those, including the promised support from rich countries, will be very, very important. The global goal on adaptation, which will be finalized at COP, should lead to more investment to help Africa deal with these challenges. And so we need partnerships. We need government, philanthropists, businesses to come together to focus on climate adaptation. Yes, we need mitigation, but adaptation doesn't get the energy it deserves. And so I'm excited that you've come together. I'm excited to work with all of you to solve this problem. So thank you for your efforts.
Investments that are being made currently by the African governments to adapt to climate change with their own meager resources. And think about the disruptions. I'm coming to your question.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we now wait, we're going to take a very short interlude of music. And at this point, can we all just stand up and stretch a little bit? Just stand up wherever you are and see whether we can stretch. I'm sure some of us have been sitting for long, long periods of time. So the next part we're coming to is the new global climate finance architecture. This is the centerpiece and a part that we've been waiting for all this time. And therefore, thank you so much for your patience. You can sit down now. You can take your seats. I just wanted you to stand up and stretch for a little bit. And this is definitely going to be one of the highlights of this whole conference. So we request that we just remain patient, and this is where we are heading from here. So I'll request that we have a short interlude of music just to get us ready for the next session. As mentioned, it's a new global climate finance architecture that is coming up right here. So for now, let's have the interlude of music as we get ourselves ready.
First and foremost, you need clear policy actions from African governments.
Once you've stretched enough, you may take your seats.
Africa, rise, rise, let us all rise, rise, Africa, rise, rise, PPMC. Let us all rise, rise, we are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. From north, south, east to the west, the beauty of Africa flows. We have all it takes to change the climate story and show ourselves in all our splendor and glory. Yeah. Let's come together now
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible and entirely another to make it happen. This summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We do all that, but it doesn't count for much. But we do it anyway, because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South must come to an end.
And force the change we want to see. Protect our planet. To fight climate change. You and I. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. I am part of the solution.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can...
Supal geretlang niya de yetal gumbo. Supal geretlang adong aray gel gumbo. Serel geretlang mabe murday shongo bang. Serel geretlang tu miesiri yongo bay. Supal geretlang sila niya titile. 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 Apujitopia kakop, ani puni yo kenya kijo poroko choki boy ginoria, erara na kajo kakaneya, iya ngitalio, iya lukania, iya ton, iya ngodi, iya kodogwan, iya ri, iya
Professor Benedict Orama. Professor Benedict Orama, if you're in the room, kindly, if we can just have a word behind here, behind the tent, as we say it in Kenya. Professor Benedict Orama, kindly, if you're in the room, would like to have a word with you very quickly. Music can carry on.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible and entirely another to make it happen. This summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We do all that, but it doesn't count for much. But we do it anyway because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South must come to an end.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible and entirely another to make it happen. This summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We do all that, but it doesn't count for much. But we do it anyway because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South must come to an end.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible and entirely another to make it happen. This summit is a moment to imagine a bold and radically affirmative African future. We do all that, but it doesn't count for much. But we do it anyway because we love this world, because it's our home. And that is why the conversation of North versus South must come to an end.
Life began in Africa, as they say, and we exported life elsewhere. And so I feel it's important that the talk on climate change begins right here at home and we export it elsewhere.
This climate change conversation is very important for us as Africans. Of course, as been mentioned by everybody else, we are the ones bearing the biggest effect of it all. So we should be leading the conversation on how we can adapt, how we can mitigate, and how we can scale up and take advantage of the opportunities that are here in order for us to live better.
It's our time as Africa to take the lead. For the longest time, climate change has been put in the back burner. It's not been talked about as much. And Africa is the one who's feeling the most effects of this climate change that we're experiencing.
I accept that it is one thing to say what is possible, and entirely another to make it.
To pursue loss and damage mitigation and adaptation, implying a combined annual cost of pursuing a climate-efficient development of over $350 billion. When you add the money needed for infrastructure of over $100 billion, you can begin to imagine the level of financing that is required. And the question had always been, who will bear the cut? Who will fund the gargantuan cost? We find ourselves in quite a unique situation today. A situation where the economies that are responsible for the most emissions, in a cumulative and static sense, are also the wealthiest. That scenario makes it easier to apply the principle of burden sharing that recognizes the degree of contributions to emissions and the level of access to resources in the distribution of responsibilities. Call on developed economies and G20 economies in general to honor their commitments to developing nations towards climate finance. Nonetheless, in the absence of firm global action, Africa has not been sitting on its palms, especially because it is the continent that suffers the most from the loss and damage inflicted by climate. It is the continent that needs to adapt to the changes we are beginning to see. So things are being done, even at a very small scale. For instance, Afreximbank and Africa Risk Capacity have jointly created an insurance product that protects African economies from food insecurity that arises from climate disaster risks. Afreximbank finances the premium and provides food import finance and co-guarantee to Africa Risk Capacity, while Africa Risk Capacity fronts the provision of the insurance capacity. Funding at just $1 billion for this product, you will agree with me that this is grossly underfunded. There is therefore a scope for the World Bank, the multilateral development banks in general, capital-rich economies to step in by providing capital to this fund as a way of meeting their loss and damage obligations. A global carbon tax, which His Excellency President Ruto emphasized on today, can also be a major source of funding for the climate insurance program. Money from that can be used to subsidize the insurance that countries may pay to buy this climate disaster insurance. Afreximbank has also launched a $2 billion climate adaptation facility, a product we co-conceived with the government of Kenya under President Ruto. And this product provides facilities that makes it possible for countries to engage in adaptation projects in a way that does not lead to additional sovereign debt, leveraging public-private partnerships. The first transactions will be done here in Kenya, and we expect to replicate those transactions in the Sahel and other parts of the continent. While these are tangible proposals and initiatives, political leadership and collective will are paramount to breaking the course of water development and fighting climate disaster. This high-level panel of key leaders will aim to provide the political guidance needed as we prepare to make an even stronger case at the upcoming COP28 in the United Arab Emirates later this year. I'm sure that our distinguished panelists will bring greater illumination to these issues and more. This next, it is my singular honor to now welcome our esteemed panelists. Let me begin by inviting our hosts, His Excellency President William Ruto, to please come up to the podium to take his seat. His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Mustafa Madbouli, Prime Minister of Egypt. Her Excellency Marquis, Vice President of Colombia. Dr. Sultan Jebba, COP28 President and Honorable Minister of the UAE. His Excellency Sigrid Kaag, Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Sorry, Her Excellency. Thank you again, and on your behalf, let me welcome our panelists once more. Since this morning, we've had quite extensive discussions and presentations on ideas about what to do to make sure that we move from discussion to action, especially with regard to climate finance. So let me begin by asking host, President Ruto, what he should consider to be the key elements of global climate finance architecture that we should all be aiming at, especially when we get to UAE for COP28.
Thank you very much, Professor Orama. As I said this morning, how do we move from potential to opportunity? And how do we turn the opportunities we have into jobs, into investments, and into industrialization, manufacturing, and growth? That's really what we need to do. And front and center is the big elephant. Where is the money going to come from? How are we going to finance our transition from opportunity to growth? In my opinion, there are three areas that we need to focus. Number one, we need to focus on where do we find money or resources or financing, number one, at scale, and number two, that is affordable, and number three, that is accessible. And that is why we have insisted that while we appreciate the contribution of our multilateral development institutions, the current financial architecture to support our progress, what they are doing is good, but it is insufficient because our current challenges are compounded. We're not dealing with a normal situation. We're not dealing with the situation for which these institutions were built. And therefore, it is important for us to realign our sources of financing with the realities of the moment. The moment, we need a scale-up of development resources. And that is why we are speaking about scale. At the moment, we need to make sure that these resources are available at rates that are friendly to the investments we want to make. And therefore, in my very honest opinion, the reform of the multilateral development banks will achieve two things. And when we talk about reform of multilateral development banks, some of those banks, whether it is IMF or World Bank, we are shareholders. So legitimately, these are our institutions. And therefore, we need to deal with how do we make these institutions of ours much more fit for purpose? How do we make them fit for purpose? So, number one, we think like we did with COVID, when there was some creativity and innovation that resulted in special drawing rights. We think that there is scope in that window of special drawing rights to meet the challenges that we have of the moment of energy transition. What we would want done differently this time is that the manner in which these resources are allocated should be different, where those who need it most get it, while those who need it least don't have to get a lion's share of what they don't need. That's number one. Number two, we believe also creatively and in an innovative manner, there is scope for us to use and leverage the balance sheets of these institutions. And I must do a disclaimer, I am not a financial person, I am a scientist. But I am very confident that we have very intelligent people We are not short of good economists and analysts and financial people who can imagine that space and tell us what is it that we can do to leverage the balance sheets of these great institutions. And that is what my sister Motley is talking about, the Bridgetown Initiative. How do we raise an extra $500 billion every year, or at least in 5 years, to be able to do what we must do with energy transition? And finally, I think the other option that we need to have a conversation about is carbon tax. This is a very controversial thing, but it is the right thing to have the conversation about. However controversial it may be, I mean, we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. If we are to raise the scale of resources needed for energy transition, we must have a conversation about carbon tax. In fact, the numbers speak to it. The IMF has actually done a lot of work around it, and they have told us it is possible to raise 870 billion shillings from carbon tax. The only problem that IMF is pointing to us is that there is insufficient political will, and there are challenges with political will. Surely, faced with an existential threat to humanity, aren't we able to muster the political will to achieve this? And let me give one more thought around it. The EU Parliament has already considered FTT, the financial transaction tax, as a means of raising resources to deal with climate change. And in fact, they've gone all the way to their parliament. So the idea of a carbon tax is no longer remote. We must have it firmly on the table. And finally, Professor, we are making these suggestions because we are practical. We are dealing with practical situations. As I said this morning, 9 countries have already gone off the cliff. Many are on the way there to debt distress because of high interest rates and because of climate change. Unless we deal with it, and let us not imagine that we are sorted, especially because when we were in Paris, admittedly, there were found ways of dealing with countries that have been already in default. But the question we ask ourselves, do we have to wait until countries have gone to default to sort them out? Isn't it possible for us to sort them out ahead of the cliff? And that is the conversation we are having. And let me conclude by saying that this time round, we're going to be firmly on the table. It doesn't matter how uncomfortable this conversation is. It doesn't matter who we annoy. We are going to be here until we are heard and until the right thing happens.
No, thank you very much. Let me go to Chairperson Musafaki. Chairperson, you just heard what President Ruto said. As we form the views as a continental view, from the African Union's perspective, what should we be expecting? What is the African Union's views and strategy to make sure that all these ideas that we are forming here find their way into implementable actions when the COP28 convenes. Thank you.
Merci, professeur Orama. J'ai écouté effectivement attentivement le président Ruto.
President Ruto, and I thank him. I thank him for his strong advocacy, his leadership, but also and particularly for the concrete proposals that he has put on the table. The situation of Africa is well known. The challenges faced by the continent are known. And the expectations that are nurtured are known. Its important potential also is known. The promises made to Africa are also known. There is a lot of literature on this matter. Now, what should we do? This is the question. First, we have to accept the specific nature of the continent. 600 million Africans don't even have electricity. It is a continent which is under-industrialized, and then is being asked here and now to bring about ecological transition. President Macky Sall earlier was saying that we need to follow the rhythm and peculiarity of this continent. All this can be possible. Transition, yes, it is important, but we need to establish the necessary conditions for it to become possible. Africa is not coming empty-handed. It is a reservoir. So I think we need to think of that, how this important potential may be harnessed for the benefit of its peoples. This is a substantive issue. The promises that have been made, including the reform of international financial institutions, and what we have seen in the past, the structural adjustment programs, which for decades had been applied by the African states. And I recall, I'm talking of Chad, my country, we were asked even that certain agricultural productivity, particularly rice, they should stop production and import rice. It did not work. We have to admit that. It did not work. Then we went to programs of the World Bank, poverty reduction. What is the result? Let's take stock. Some countries are now even poorer. And I do not exclude, and I am not condoning poor governance, and I am not excluding the responsibilities of the states, but the special drawing rights. There was some hope. Out of 650 million, we got only, and I'm really asking whether this was disbursed, 33 million or 33 billion. After a terrible pandemic like COVID, can we really have economic recovery? It is not possible. The Green Fund, we have been told about it. All this within a context of debt servicing, and then the situation of countries that are appreciated, which are some countries that are considered arid. I'm not a pessimist, and by the profession, my training, my nature cannot be pessimist. That is why we expect, and from this important conference, and it is very timely, so that around the table with our partners, with the financial institutions, with international organizations and the member states, since the challenge of climate change does not forgive anybody, does not distinguish between African, American, or Indian. I think we are all in the same boat. Let us make sure that this boat doesn't sink. That is the real problem. I'm not a technical expert to go into the various labyrinths of how to market carbon, etc. and all. I think we cannot be just content with promises. Those that have been promises made have never been fulfilled, have never been honored. Let us ask ourselves the real question, and honestly, whether politically we have decided this time to be serious and to be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think with the kind of enthusiasm we've seen here, the passion and the commitments shown by our leaders, I believe that Africans have had enough. I think everybody now wants to see action because we've used many years to think and talk about what can be done. Now it is what will be done. With that, let me invite our brother Mo Ibrahim to join the panel. Mo. Yes. Thank you for joining us. So, let me ask Prime Minister Madbuli, given the challenges many countries face today, the financing challenges, interest rates, debt overhang, and of course the large financial requirement for meeting the climate finance requirements at country level and continental level and so on. What would be your suggestion on the best approach? President Afwerki mentioned we should look inwards, we shouldn't look outside. Many said we should look outside. So there are different views. The important thing is we need the money. So from your perspective, what would be the suggestion on how to find the money? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let me start by stating that climate finance is undeniably the central pillar for empowering the delivery of climate goals and nationally determined contribution, or NDCs, in particular for our African continent. In this regard, allow me to summarize Egypt's vision in this respect as follows. First, climate finance constitutes a cornerstone and foundation for the full implementation of national commitments and contribution as outlined by developing countries, and to the transition to a green economy and addressing climate change issues. International agreements, including the UN FCCC and Paris Agreement, clearly established a direct link between the level of financing provided to developing countries to support their efforts and the level of ambition and national actions. And needless to mention that this does not imply any backsliding from exerting maximum efforts nationally to deliver on ambitious commitment and NDCs, but rather underscores that financing should serve as a key driver and enabler to complement national resources with a clear goal of swift and effective implementation. Secondly, it is essential to deal with the staggering funding gap with a realistic approach and build upon current estimates to enable the implementation of the commitment declared by developing countries, which amount to around $5.6 trillion by 2030. The required investment in renewable energy alone is approximately $1 trillion annually. Likewise, the amount of international funding needed to achieve carbon neutrality amounts to about $4 trillion annually. These are the estimates required to implement the scientific recommendation to maintain the 1.5-degree target. Thirdly, this volume of financing underscores the need for a significant overhaul of international financial institutions and multilateral developing banks in alignment with the objective laid out in Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan. This restructuring should be driven by three core goals: additionality, through increasing climate financing levels without impacting the funding already designated for sustainable development and poverty eradication; accessibility, through facilitating access to climate finance by developing countries without stringent conditions and other obstacles; and right finance instruments, through offering concessional financing instruments and removing, as His Excellency President Ruto mentioned, and removing the unfair and unbalanced rate posed on developing and African countries, including the surcharge imposed by some multilateral development banks. Such a reform should also consider the constraints posed on by debt, limited resources for adaptation efforts, the escalating cost of financing due to the interest rate surges, and the collateral requirements to entice global investment. In essence, this approach aims to prevent the deepening of the debt crisis in the developing world and the African continent. Fourthly, there is a need to transform the challenges of debt into an opportunity for innovative financing mechanism. This includes effective mechanism for debt for climate swap, redirecting financing towards developmental and environmental projects, as well as a review of international financial institutions' policies regarding restrictions and fees on loans to developing countries. In this context, we welcome the Bridgetown initiative as a step forward in facilitating financing for developing countries facing the impact of climate change. I would like further highlight Egypt initiatives in partnership with the Economic Commission of Africa on Sustainable Debt Coalition endorsed by African Ministers of Finance, which aim at decreasing the cost of green financing. Those initiatives contribute to the reform of the international financial architecture. We already have the support of more than 22 African countries for the Sustainable Debt Coalition and call for all African countries to join these initiatives. Lastly, it is crucial to explore innovative financing tools, including carbon market and certain fees or taxes on specific activities and economic sectors. But in doing so, and in considering such innovative sources, we need to ensure that they are in line with the international agreements and fully considering its socio-economic implications, particularly on our developing countries. At the same time, ensuring that we are refraining from any unilateral actions that might hinder the competitiveness of our African exports or our ability to attract foreign direct investments. I would like at the end to state that Egypt firmly believes that raising the level of ambition in the new NDCs without a corresponding increase in appropriate financing and a review of current financing mechanism will not contribute to achieving the desired goal, whether in energy transition, emissions reduction, or adaptation. It is imperative that we witness a clear shift in the policies of multilateral financial institutions and development partners in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. thank you very much, Excellency, for that. And I think you just sent a message inviting all African countries who have not yet joined the coalition to do so. There are 22 already. I think the invitation is for the rest, 33 countries to consider joining so that we can have one voice in pushing this. So thank you. Let me go.
So I think from that vantage point, looks like. The big question remains political leadership, political will. And this is where differentiation lies in, because some countries will have to do more and others will have to do less. And some might lie in between. Let me just detail this. We know we need to stand for climate justice, and this needs to be detailed in a more meaningful way so it makes sense to all, that also general audiences in Western Europe or OECD countries actually figure this out from a relative vantage of an advanced economy. We need to consider equity and urgency. Now, I'm very seized with the notion of opportunity because I think it's very big, it's equally important, and it's the only way we can drive this agenda away from being only an existentialist crisis and to keep people along with this flow. Now, the how, that's the what. The how is straightforward, technical support, but it differs per country. It can be high-level technical support, but it needs to be quick, it needs to be available, and it needs to be affordable. And very often it's still costed by the countries themselves. Here, we need to fix that. Equally so, I think we've lost a lot of time in focusing too much in a lot of agendas on mitigation as opposed to adaptation. We now know both need to happen, but we need to make up for lost time. When it comes to finance, of course, very often the elephant in the room. I've been a Minister for Trade and Aid. I've worked a long time for the UN. The best ideas fall foul of lack of political will, or affordability and finance. The substance most can agree to. Now, on the MDBs, we really think as shareholders and as partners in this endeavor, the reforms, the capital adequacy framework reforms need to happen now. There's an institutional burden of proof and leadership at the MDBs, as well as the IFIs, as well as the shareholders. I think President Ruto said that as well. We're all in this. We own part of it. We need to make this happen. We also see potential in differentiated pricing, in hybrid capital. It's only a pilot, but let's make the pilots work and scale them up. Too much time is lost in talking about pilots that remain standalone pilots. Secondly, private sector. I've heard a lot in recent years on how the private sector is willing, and I'm fully convinced, yet they need very often the right governance framework, they need to know which partnership they are part of, and they need scalable and callable projects where governments, such as mine, can guarantee the risks. The onus should not be on the developing or highly indebted country to also guarantee the risk. This is where I think we sometimes fail to connect the dots. Now, last but not least, governments. We need to really make serious business out of onward lending of the SDRs. We also need to increase the SDRs. We need to provide the additional finance. Now, as a Minister of Finance, of course, my other hat, I'll tell you, this is not a very popular theme. Everybody nods, yes, very important. No, we agree with Mrs. Kaag. But then it's either cost-cutting or it's increase of taxation. or other means of financial availability. And this is where domestic audiences suddenly become reticent. This is where political will comes in, to make this a shared agenda for all of us. It's not easy, it can be done. We actually won elections on this ticket in the Netherlands last time round. I don't think we'll do as well this time, but still, it can be done. Innovation, an obvious one. Blended finance mentioned. Green bonds. We were the first AAA rated country that issued green bonds. We can assist other countries, but we also need to find ways for many of the developing countries to issue their own green bonds to also provide for the domestic resource mobilization that needs to happen as part of accountability. The sensitive topic of loss and damage, I look forward to the discussion at the COP28 because I think there's a fair claim that has been put forward. Now the negotiations will see how far we'll go. I think the political symbolism of the discussion is equally important if we talk about equity and a shared agenda. Now last but not least, carbon tax and carbon pricing. Very, very important. Unless you price it, unless you tax it, it often has little meaning. The only way to change behavior, productivity, the way we produce and consume, particularly at the large emitting countries, is if we price it more and we make that part of a global public good. But that's part of a discussion. Last but not least, together with my friend and colleague, Minister of Finance of Indonesia, I co-chair the Global Coalition of Ministers of Finance for Climate Action. So a 1-second pitch, all Ministers of Finance, if not in the room, join this coalition. Make your budgets work for climate action. This is where the duty and opportunity of care lies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for the illuminating comments. I see there is no actually night and day between what the African leaders are saying and what you've said. Let me now go to Francia, the Vice President. From Colombia, from Meru, and then exported to Colombia. We share the same heritage, and incidentally, the same problems. We understand ourselves. We understand the burden we are carrying. We understand the challenges the climate has posed on us. So, looking from where you are inside and listening to our leaders, and also the Prime Minister from Netherlands, what would be your suggestion, especially from your experience in Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. In the first place, I must say that Latin America and the Caribbean are experiencing the pressures of powerful economies that want to continue exploiting our natural resources. And this pressure of exploiting our natural resources contribute to increasing the climate crisis. There are very few the governments who are taking up the decarbonized economy, an economy that makes a transition and a transformation in this matter. Obviously, in low-income countries, the vulnerable countries, or the middle-income countries like the Latin American countries, this is a great challenge because we have based our economy on extraction. We have based our economy on carbon, to coal. In my country, we are the first alternative government, and we are creating a change in the laws and also a change of paradigms, in social paradigms, because we have to create awareness that contributing to the exploitation that accumulates capital but does not generate well-being and that destroys the ecosystem is not a path that we accept. In this sense, we want to make a transition, and as I had said before, we have serious problems, serious financial problems, which in some way do not allow us to resolve the challenges of the effects of the climatic crisis. But in the case of Colombia, we have a conflict, a social conflict, an armed conflict, a war which we are experiencing, which contributes to exacerbate this situation of vulnerability in our country. And in this sense, I think that we have an increase of the debts with very high interest rates that do not allow that within our country we can have the necessary resources to invest in these proposals for energy transition and actions for mitigation and adaptation to the climate change. This will not change if we continue with the current financial system, as I have said, which has a colonialist point of view. The financial system, the international financial system that we have today is one that does not allow justice, social justice, and neither does it allow for climatic justice. In our countries, the basic needs are not satisfied. So, and there are lots of needs. We are one of the countries where there are the most inequalities in the planet. Sometimes we have to not invest socially in drinking water, in health, in electricity and connectivity in order to use these resources from the treasury to pay the external debts, which, as I was telling you, has very high interest rates with respect to countries which do not have the same conditions that we have. In this sense, we have spoken about exchange of debt for climate action with new rules, not the same traditional rules, because this problem, which is not a traditional way of carrying out things, we have to innovate with new actions, new rules. The financial system today does not help us to face the challenges of climate change. It's not a system that was created for us, and it's not a just system for our countries. And in this sense, we have come to present a multilateral agreement because this is already a global crisis that requires a global response. And that means that, as we had done during the pandemic, we can do, or maybe in this multilateral agreement, we can do what was done during the pandemic, to issue special rights that can allow the vulnerable countries and the middle-income countries to generate conditions of flexibility in regard to their debts and to free resources to invest in our lands, in our communities, in our nations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to care for this situation. This is a proposal which President Gustavo Petro has presented to the world, and we agree with President Ruto about the need to reform the financial system. The qualifiers of debt increase the crisis because in a catastrophic situation of our country, makes it more difficult to access to credit, which allows us to finance these programs. Therefore, we are in a situation of inequality and which has some effects that are higher than those of other countries that are in better economic conditions. And this implies that we have to think that Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa should unite with one voice and to present in a very specific way what we have been doing to reform the financial system so that our countries we can access to better conditions of social and climatic justice.
Thank you very much, Vice President Francia, for those comments and insights. Let me now go to Brother Mo. Mo, I will call you a private sector person, a businessman, and a philanthropist. So you straddle all. So you have been campaigning for good governance, campaigning for climate justice, and so on. As we gather here to have a common view, a common position for Africa as we prepare to go to COP28, and having listened to everybody here, from your perspective as a philanthropist, as a businessman, what would you like to add? Or what do you think we should not take with us to the world? Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I really have 4 points to make. And the first one really is there is a silver bullet to solve this problem. And we are just like dodging all that to talk about, oh, how we can get more money for climate finance. Just tax carbon. Use the market. You guys in the rich countries taught us about, you invented capitalism, invented market. Why aren't you applying market forces to carbon? Why? And that is the question, because the problem now is that people make promises. Oh, you know, those poor guys in Africa and somewhere else, they have a problem there. Okay, well, we are kind people, you know. We're going to offer them some money. How about $100 billion for climate fight? But then, actually, things are tight. Sorry, we cannot make it this year. Well, in those guys' mind, it's charity. It's charity, and that's a mistake. It should not be charity. This should be an international clear agreement. You break it, you own it. That is the honest answer. Without changing the market dynamic, will not change. Now, every American, man, woman, child, emits 17 tons every year. Every European, 6.5 to 7 tons a year. China, same. Now, the question here, excuse me, who gave you the right to use all this amount of carbon? We are 8 billion people in this planet. Science tells us we cannot emit more than 24 billion tons a year. That's 3 tons per head. 3 tons per head. Who gave the Americans the right to do 17? Who gave the Europeans the right to do 7? Why? You pay for it. If you pay for it, then you change. Then you cannot change behavior unless you pay for it. The only problem is that we do have very few statesmen. We have many politicians, very few statesmen. President Juncker, who is the president of the African Union, European Union a few years ago, said something very beautiful, actually. He said, you know what? All of us politicians, we know what to do. But we don't know how to get elected if we do it. And that is a problem. That is a problem. We have a lot of politicians who want to be elected, but nothing will happen then. So nothing happens. So we must fight for carbon tax. I love what the Deputy Prime Minister said about that. And the first time I hear a senior European politician say that. Look, soon there's going to be a seat available for the Prime Minister in your country. I hope you get it. Anyway, because that's honorable of you to say that. Those guys are in denial. Who puts all this carbon up there? Who put it up? Own it. You need to own what you break something, you do it. That's the fairest point. Without carbon tax, everything else is charity. It doesn't work. That's one thing. Second thing, we talk about investment in Africa and green investment. We have been talking about investment in Africa for ages, but nobody invests in Africa. Trickle. Simple reason, it is impossible to invest in Africa. If all this rating agency rate you guys as junk, you are sub-grade investment. Who's going to invest here? Most of the money out there, private money, is in pension funds, insurance companies. By law, they cannot invest here. By law. If I'm running an insurance company and I want to put $1 billion, and a lot of those people are nice people, they want to invest in Africa, but they say, look, if I invest $1 billion, I have to put another $1 billion here as a security, because I'm sorry, but you are sub-grade. You are not investable grade for me. This system is broken. It has to be sorted out. And this rating agency, they all have one office in South Africa, as if South Africa is Africa, 54 countries. They sit in South Africa and pontificate about all of Africa. Again, those guys act as auditors, and guess what? They sell consultancy for African countries about how to improve their grade. Excuse me? This is a clear conflict of interest. You cannot grade people and you go and say, I offer you consultancy how to improve your grade. Excuse me? People go to prison for that. Anyway, so that is something about the rating agency. It has to be sorted out. Then we come to this multinational. I'm amazed about the lack of governance in the World Bank and the IMF. And, I told Ajay and Kristalina the other day, we were all in Paris for a meeting. I said, you guys, if you were running or your banks are listed in any decent stock exchange, you will have been delisted because your governance sucks. Can you have a listed company? Can you have any bank in the world without senior independent directors? Where are the independent directors in the World Bank? None. It's the shareholders major shareholders hug it. Where is the independent directors? Where is the voice of the other countries? Fine. Major shareholders keep 60%, 70% of the shares. Fine. But let some fresh air in the room. Get some independent directors in the room. Otherwise, your governance sucks. You'll be delisted. Something else gross really happening in this institution. Do you know that this is the only banks in the world where the board sits in the headquarters? They sit in the headquarters with their staff. And I asked Ajay, how you run your business? You are the president of this institution, and you have this board and their staff living on top of you, running around, telling the staff what to do, lobbying for their countries. whatever interest. No, 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 don't give loan to this guy. Hey, you must give that. What is this? This is breach of basics of good governance. Do you know how much it costs the World Bank to keep those guys in residence? Every year, it is over $100 million. Do you know that? $100 million to house the board. And that is stuff every year. Excuse me, what is the job of the World Bank? To eradicate poverty? $100 million every year would have educated 1 million kids in Egypt, every year. Why those guys sit there, spending $100 million? This is the issue of governance. It has to be addressed. I'll stop here.
Well, thank you very much for bringing the private sector angle, the market angle to the discussions. But the good thing is that it somehow aligns with the suggestions that have all come here. What I get from that, because it helps me to summarize, is that the carbon tax is an agenda that must be taken from here to COP28. And I also agree with it as a banker, because you are right. You use tax and subsidies to make sure that you direct certain actions where you want them to go. So I think that's one of the things. And there's also a consensus on reforming the international financial architecture. I don't want to call it architecture. The way the international financial system operates. And that's not just the multilateral. You touched on even the rating agencies. People can also talk about how the stock exchanges operate, if you want to extend it to all those. So I think a comprehensive approach to it is important. And as I agree, that the part of the problem is that the negotiations we have is David and Goliath negotiation. Incidentally, the person we should be telling to do more is the Goliath. And the others are the Lilliput, who really should be treated more fairly. But your voice can't rise to that level. But by coming together as Africans, coming together with the Caribbean and Latin America, and having politicians like the Deputy Prime Minister, I think we can start forming a consensus, which started last year in Sharm el-Sheikh. For the first time, loss and damage came on the table. It means some progress is being made. It's a common problem for everybody, and we must make sure we all work together, rich and poor, those who emit and those who don't emit, to make sure we solve it. So thank you. I would now invite, I think, President Ruto to say the last word.
Maybe just three things. I want to agree with the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance that in this debate, there are no sides. We're on the same side. And we need to begin to drive this from the same side, because the risk that we face when this place burns, it will burn with everybody. The emitters and the non-emitters, the people from the south and the people from the north. That is settled. And because of that, we need to listen very carefully to what Mo Ibrahim is saying. We need to listen very carefully to what Mo Ibrahim is saying. Whether it is carbon tax, and I believe that that conversation is overdue. If we will not be having a conversation about carbon tax in COP27, and not just that conversation, on the mechanism of the how, and with a proper timeline, then we will not have a meaningful conversation. Number two is the conversation around rating agencies. Credit rating agencies are destroying our economies. We have to be honest with them. Their algorithm is faulty. They are not using empirical science. And I'm saying this as a scientist myself. There is a problem, a big problem with credit rating agencies. And in some instances, they are conflicted. And there must be a candid conversation about their data, their findings, and whether they are doing the right thing. And finally, is to say, as Africa, we will be putting together the Nairobi Declaration that is going to be candid, bold, and practical for us to carry that conversation into the UN General Assembly and into COP28.
We are all on the same side. If we burn, everyone burns. His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, thank you so much for that conversation, wonderfully hosted by Professor Benedict Orama. Thanks everyone for a great discussion, and to Mo Ibrahim, if you break it, you own it, and reminding us too that there actually is a silver bullet, carbon tax, which His Excellency President Ruto said really has to be on the agenda at COP, regardless of whether it's a David and Goliath negotiation. Today, government leaders have been gathering here to discuss a vision for a greener future. A private sector declaration was signed under the leadership of Equity Group and Dr. James Mwangi, together with international collaborators such as the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, the East African Business Council, and the Africa Business Leaders Coalition of the UN Global Compact, among others. This declaration in support of government is a commitment to combating climate change by the private sector, which acknowledges the importance of coordination between the public and private sectors to achieve the shared goal of climate action for resilience and green growth. Alongside the Nairobi Declaration, this private sector statement will be heard during the upcoming United Nations General Assembly, the World Bank, IMF, Marrakesh meetings, and at COP28 as the private sector voice of Africa, offering its own commitment to responsible solutions related to climate change. I'd like now to introduce Dr. James Mwangi, Group MD and CEO of Equity Group Holdings, for more to discuss on the global finance architecture and the private sector's point of view. Please, everyone, a very warm applause and welcome to Dr. James Mwangi.
Hey, bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe lundi kwaye mumbe kama lumwelezera ko bulayi bwo kuba nenda kamatunda ko buru mu Kenya kwaye mumbe kama lumwelezera ko bulayi bwo kuba nenda
Thank you very much for a great day. I commend all of you for your patience. I assure you, Your Excellency, President Ruto, that we have heard you, and we want now to give the multilateral development banks an opportunity to respond. We want to give the global financial experts an opportunity. They have been in the room, they have heard what has been said, and hopefully they can give us their way forward to the issues that has been raised by the African leaders and the private sector. Without much ado, I want to invite Dr. Akiumi Adeshina. If Adeshina, you are present. Quickly, Honorable Suluhu, Minister of State for Development, Francophonia and International Partnerships. Honorable Babel Kolfa, Parliamentary States Secretary, German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Alexia Tutor, Assistant Secretary of International Trade and Development, U.S. Secretary, U.S. Treasury. Body Deputy Managing Director, International Monetary Fund. And last but not least, Axel Van, Senior Managing Director, World Bank. Thank you very much for leader being patient this afternoon. It was really great listening to the African leaders on the issues of finance. It's apparent that the big elephant in the room is finance. And it appears that the ball has been pushed to the court of the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions. I seem here to have truly the shareholders, if I may say, of those institutions, the policy decision makers. And we want to give them a chance, maybe to respond to the issues the African leaders are raising, to respond to the issues that the private sector, Mo Ibrahim, has articulated the issues of the private sector. And broadly, if I may summarize so that we have a common understanding of the issues that has been raised, there is the issue of accessibility of finance and speed at which disbursements are made. There is a big issue of affordability, at what cost. His Excellency President Ruto said Africa pays at least 5 times. And the rationale there has been questioned because it's not an African risk. It's a global climate risk that we are talking about. And it has been said, if the world bans, we all ban on it. So it's not a country risk that we are financing. It's a climate risk. So when it comes to that issue, and there is also the question of how much is being availed And those three issues seems to be really at the center of concern of the African leaders. And so we could be able to address ourselves to those issues. But there is also a question of our institutions failing to connect the dots in the way they respond, and particularly to the issue of risk. This issue, and eventually it boils down to the question of equity, fairness, justice, and equality in the world. And so it is in that light that we will be responding to the issues that we have. So without much ado, I've been told the IMF Deputy Managing Director may be catching a flight, so I will ask fellow panelists, maybe if we could give him a chance. And the question maybe to Bo Lee is, how can you talk about IMF's role in climate financing? In particular, I know that the FAD has introduced a new tool called the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. We would appreciate hearing an update on that instrument. And finally, what are some of the keys you see to unlocking additional financing for climate adaptation, especially here in Africa?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor first, because I have to go to the airport after this. Good afternoon. It's an honor to join this distinguished panel. I want to speak very briefly on climate finance and the challenges as we see it and how we can help. Climate finance challenges are most acute in Africa, where adaptation needs are much higher, but climate finance flows are too low. Our number shows that about 20% of all flows reach the continent of Africa, but most is geared towards mitigation. But we know adaptation needs are very high. Let me briefly touch on 4 priorities that we think are important to scale up climate finance, including adaptation finance. The first priority, we think, is to increase domestic resource mobilization. That means both public finance and also private finance domestically. International communities can work together to help African countries to build capacity, to broaden tax base, to increase public financing flow. At the same time, international community can also support African countries to build domestic capital markets, to encourage higher private savings, and also to support financial sector development. The second priority, we think, is to maximize international support. Grants and concessional financing are very important, and so is equity financing. There is already too much debt in Africa, and we need more grants, concessional financing, and equity. The IMF's new Resilience and Sustainability Trust is providing long-term concessional financing and helping countries with limited room in their budget to invest in long-term resilience, including climate. So far, programs have been approved for 10 countries, half of which are in sub-Saharan Africa. The third priority, we think, given the strained public resources, we need to find ways to crowd in private capital. We see a 3-pillar approach to crowd in private capital in scale. The first pillar is to create a policy and regulatory environment that are conducive to private finance. The second priority, we think, is technical assistance and capacity building, such as green public financial management, climate public investment management, and project preparation. IMF and MDB partners, we do a lot of technical assistance to support African countries to improve their capacity in these areas. The third pillar refers to innovative financing solutions and financing arrangement that can promote public-private partnership. The keywords here are de-risking and blending. Public sector, including international partners, need to take more calculated risks if we want to crowd in private capital. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that great contribution. Let's turn to Honorable Crisora. Crisora, France has commendably played a global leadership role in the conversation on both climate finance and reform of the global financial architecture. A key issue that has emerged in this conversation is the role of the G7 and the G8 in both mitigation and adaptation finance, especially with regard to the realization of pending pledges and commitments. And what is in the progress of on France-led initiatives like the new Global Financing Pact? What do you see as challenges in delivering the new Global Financing Pact and architecture?
Thank you, James, and Excellencies, dear friends. First of all, I'd like to tell you that it's an honor for me also to speak today on behalf of President Macron 2 months after this important rendezvous in Paris. That was the Paris Summit for a new global financial pact, as you said. And so I'd like to thank Kenya and particularly President Ruto for this historic summit. So, as you said, we listen the African friends and African voices. We listened today, but it's for many years that France and the European Union, we listen the voices, the priorities, but also the solutions. So I think you asked me about G7. I'd like to speak about my country. And in European Union, it's the same, but I would like to speak about France because I think we believe in leading by example. And we believe on SDR reallocation and what we did, you know, with 40% of French SDRs reallocated towards vulnerable countries. We deliver on climate finance with 6 billion euros per year for our partners, 23, I see my colleague from Germany, 23 billions European Union, that is, we take our responsibilities. We deliver on debt treatment in the Paris Club and common framework. This is important because we speak about G7, but it's the time to say what we do, each of us. And now, as I said, we make our part, but we see also the global injustice, James. And it is true, as you said, that you have to build now a more inclusive and just intersystem who can fit the challenges of the new century. So you spoke to me about the Paris Summit. It was the beginning, and now we continue here in Nairobi, and all together we hope to arrive to COP28 with some results. In Paris, we achieved some important results, the first results. The first was to put together all of them, G7, countries from G7, from G20, the international financial institution, the UN, the small islands, because only together we can build something new. The second is that we have absolutely to restore the trust. If there's no trust, we cannot go forward. And that's why I told you for the first time, we achieve the targets, 100 billion for SDRs and climate finance, and the debt of Zambia, that was very important. So, last, I'd like to say that we propose also a common roadmap, and this roadmap that we call Paris Pact for People and Planet, it is simple. At the end of the story, no country has to choose, no government has to choose between fighting poverty or fighting for the planet. So it is very important. The second thing that we believe, all of us, because there are 30 countries who signed and we believe this roadmap that we push, it is that each country must be able to define their own strategy. And we have to just to support them. And of course, as you said, also the colleague, they said more money, and not only public money, because we put the public money. How the private sector will come, how we can create this shock. So just to finish, I'd like to say that we see two major issues for this climate summit in Nairobi. The first, that we have to advance the discussion on international taxation. This is very important. The second one, yes, everybody has to participate if we want to save our planet. So tax on fossil fuels, on shipping emission, financial transaction could unlock massive resources. And this is very, very important. And of course, we spoke about the debt. The debt, yes, we cannot cancel the debt. There's not a magic, but it is not acceptable that African countries spend more on debt services than on climate action. So we have to strengthen the things that we have, like the common framework. And this is something that France and many of us, and of course I think the European Union, we believe. And I'd like to say that President Ruto said that global north versus global south narrative is not possible. I would like to say that I disagree. I totally agree with President Ruto, and I don't like this division. There's not global north and global south. There are global leaders and global laggards, and there are both in the north and in the south. So Kenya is definitely a leader. I think France and EU, we are a leader. So thanks, James, and
Thank you very much. It's really, we have been brought to a common framework of decision making, irrespective of whether south or north. Thank you very much. Let's come to you, Honorable Barbara Kolfa. Germany has been a significant player in the global conversation on climate, finance, and the reform of global financial architecture. What elements do you regard as the most pertinent when it comes to leveraging more climate finance? And what are the biggest challenges in realizing them? Which steps is Germany taking to enhance climate finance?
Well, thank you. There's so many questions. I was just wondering if there's a fifth one coming. But thanks, James, for the questions. And thanks for having me at that conversation here, because I really want to underline what also Chrisula was saying. I really like the spirit of this summit, which is a spirit looking for solutions for global challenges and global big problems. And I really want to thank also the Kenyan government for inviting us and for having us and for pushing us forward. That is very important. I think it's crystal clear, facts are telling us, researchers are telling us, we have to act now. That was the sentence I heard most in that conference. We had all the facts on the table, but we have to act now. So there are, in our opinion in Germany, two layers, I would say, where we have to act. The one is nationally, what we can do nationally on mitigation. I think there is no country in the room who has not room for improvement and becoming better in fulfilling the Paris alignment and really reaching all the national targets in reducing carbon dioxide and equivalents. That is the first challenge, and that's a financial challenge also. But secondly, it's of course about international climate financing on mitigation and on adaptation, so both. One point I would love to say is I think we also have to stop promising at conferences there. We have to deliver. That is coming from the discussion to the action. I'm very glad to hear from my colleague from France about the 6 billion France is fulfilling this year. I'm very happy that we have figures for 22 now that we fulfilled in 22 in Germany, the 6 billions. We will struggle and we will continue that. Together with private sector engagement, we are about $9.5 billion in that case. So I think that is a good step in the direction of the 100 billion. That is something for proving that we are delivering. So climate finance, I think there are two kind of countries who should invest. And that's of course traditional donors. They have the obligation to do more to fulfill what they promise. I would love also to invite those who are new emittents, who are new large emitters, also to come and contribute their share. I would invite that to do so before COP already on the Green Climate Funding Summit in Bonn in October this year. So we are pledging Germany 2 million there, and I use the opportunity to invite everybody who feels the pressure to come up also with their ideas on financing. So that's the financing part. That's the financing part. But we were talking also, and I heard very well what leaders here in the panel before were saying. It's about international financing architecture as well. It's about the World Bank reform. It's about how to finance global public goods aligned with the traditional necessities, I would say, in financing development needs and financing those who are really suffering and are the poorest. And it has to be done both. And we have to have reforms which are at the end of the day opening this space and opening this money, and is then at the end of the day also coming up with a better access. We are talking about ratings before, but with a better access to this money also for countries who want to invest in climate change and who are not don't have the possibility now. And the third point I also want to make is, was mentioned by my colleague from France, is about depth. We really, really cannot ignore what's going on in various countries. Also, the leaders here were talking about 9 African countries running into deep troubles already. So it is necessary that we timely come up with decisions by the common framework. I know how challenging that is, but there has to be a decision about that to support those countries. It's about debt relief on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's also about swaps. I think we should talk about debt to climate swaps and those topics also. My country is, or was announcing here in that conference, One, a swap which we arranged with Kenya and Kenyan government, and it's a debt to climate swap, investing in rural areas and investing in local farmers, which I think is also something quite necessary. So in a nutshell, three things. We have to fulfill the financial commitments, all of us, and also new donors. We have to fulfill our national commitments on mitigation, and we have to really come up with a reform of the World Bank and the development banks to open up space and financial spaces for the member countries on this planet, and we have to solve the debt crisis. My government is there for fighting for those three goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, really. I was expecting a very challenging conversation this afternoon, but I'm very impressed by the level of alignment. Let's turn to Alexia. The US has played a very important role in global leadership in various areas since the end of the Second World War, particularly in the development of current global financial architecture. Just like then, we are faced with another issue of significant global importance, the climate crisis. Africa, unfortunately, is living the effects of this climate crisis that it didn't play a significant part in creating. How do you see the role of America global leadership moving forward with regard to climate finance in Africa? Of particular interest to Africans, the United States made a pledge of $21 billion in special drawing right. What is the progress on that commitment, and how can the United States play a leadership role in honoring of commitments within the G7 and the G20?
Thank you so much, James. I'll try to answer all those questions. If I may, I'd like to correct just one thing you said when you opened up the panel. You said now the shareholders are, here on the panel. I think we've been hearing, as President Ruto reminded us, from shareholders all day. So this is just a few extra ones, James, on the table. So it's really a privilege to be here at the Africa Climate Summit. I think this summit has proved to be truly a pivotal moment in a year of ambition for trying to partner with emerging and developing countries, including here in Africa, to really rise to the challenge of the moment. And as President Ruto also said, this really is indeed a global pre-COP. That's how significant I think these past few days have been. President Ruto talks often about the importance of clear communication, of stating what is needed clearly, of listening attentively so that we can then act collectively. And I have heard very clear messages here in Nairobi. And what is heartening is I actually see a lot of alignment on some of those messages, James. What's at stake, I think, is clear. In our uncertain world, the one thing that is certain is that shocks there will be. And what's disturbing is that these shocks are coming fast, they're furious, and they're highly frequent. And they hit first and hardest the most vulnerable countries and communities, including the countries that have the least means and fiscal space to respond to them, to rebuild, not to mention to actually prepare for them. I think the second thing that is very clear is that climate change demands new approaches. And the Nairobi Declaration, I haven't seen the final version, but the drafts that I've been seeing, the latest draft I saw, there is so much in there that the United States can fully subscribe to. And I think it really does lay out a path of what is needed with respect to these new approaches. So let me now quickly share 4.5 points to answer, James, your more specific question about US leadership. And I should say, US leadership will only work if it's in partnership. So first point is indeed, evolving the MDBs. Secretary Yellen, about a year ago now, launched a call for the development banks to evolve to provide 21st century solutions to 21st century challenges. And she laid out 4 areas where she thought those reforms were very important. And there's now a broad coalition supporting this work. The first one was around the mission and the vision of the development banks. And that's really a simple message, which is that sustained progress on poverty reduction and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals will not be possible if we don't address global challenges, climate change first and foremost. And I think President Ruto said it yesterday, the goals of climate change and development are positively reinforcing. Secretary Yellen often says mutually reinforcing. I think it's the same message. Second area of reform is around incentives. And the Nairobi Declaration talks about incentives for countries to make investments that are climate aligned. And it's true that we're asking countries to make investments that have benefits that often are regional and global. And so it's only fair that in such cases, the global community helps to pay for the cost of these investments. So that's about incentives. Thirdly is around the operational model of the MDBs. And we talked about the importance of agility and speed and responsiveness to the needs of your countries. That's part of the agenda. Part of the agenda is also making sure that climate change is integrated from the very first diagnostics that are done to implementation through country strategies to monitoring, learning, and evaluation, including in the corporate scorecard to hold the institutions to account. There's talk in the Nairobi Declaration about the importance of working with cities, and we've also asked the development banks to be able to do more at the subnational level. Fourthly, and where everyone usually starts, James, is financial capacity, which has been a big topic here. So obviously, to be able to respond to this more complex agenda, the development banks need to have more wherewithal to be able to deliver. And so stretching the balance sheets of the institutions responsibly, focusing on domestic resource mobilization, helping countries build here in Africa deep capital and debt markets. That's all part of the agenda. But also it's about how we shareholders support the institutions. So for example, providing guarantees to be able to unlock more lending headroom in the institutions, or perhaps purchasing hybrid capital, because now the banks are developing frameworks for that. That is also part of the agenda. And leading into the G20 meeting, which of course is this weekend, the United States has made a proposal, President Biden has made a proposal to Congress to be able to support the World Bank Group to boost its concessional finance. There was a lot of discussion in the previous panel about the importance of concessional finance, to boost the concessional finance of the World Bank by $25 billion, and to help some of that additional headroom be on better terms so that country can use that financing to tackle global challenges, as well as providing money to IDA for crisis response. We're asking countries to join us to provide extra concessional financing to the World Bank in the very near term, and we expect strong G20 language around this call, and certainly hope that other countries on this stage and others will also join us in providing the support to the institutions. So very quickly, the second point is around the climate finance architecture. We have a diversity of funds. It's very hard for countries to even know, do I go to the GCF, the GEF, the alphabet soup? We need to help to reduce the fragmentation of these funds and to make the ease of access better for countries by streamlining the procedures, harmonizing the policies for the ease of access to these instruments. Thirdly, private capital mobilization. This point was made several times already. We think it's absolutely critical to make progress on this. We need better data and information. Investors from my country and other advanced countries have a lot of misperceptions about the risk in Africa. Actually, long-term infrastructure debt performs very well in emerging markets. So we need to have the data to be transparent, to give the confidence for investors to come in. We need to have the right policies also in your countries to make sure that we have clear rule of law, predictability around how courts will behave for investors to come in. We need to have a more sophisticated palette of instruments, whether it's guarantees, political risk insurance, to also be able to de-risk for the private sector to come in, and to also use blended finance. And of course, we need to, and the Nigerian colleague yesterday on one of the panels from the Sovereign Wealth Fund talked about the importance of building the next generation of projects that will be bankable. And then finally, I think the MDBs, and I'm looking at Axel here, they have a role in terms of really changing their culture, their incentives to know that their impact will not actually be by only spending their money, because that will always be limited, however generous we all are. It really is about helping to bring in the private sector. My fourth point is around debt. My colleagues on the panel spoke about it. It is clear that progress has been too slow. We're happy that we're seeing progress now on Zambia. We're starting to see progress with Ghana, but it's been too slow. And so it is a top priority for the US government and the US Treasury to help make the process more predictable with a clear time-bound agenda for when countries can get debt relief and debt restructuring, and more predictable. So that's a top priority. And then my half point is around ideas we have, Bo, for the IMF. And my undersecretary will be giving a speech on Thursday with some of the ideas for the IMF. So I will just say, tune in and listen to him on Thursday to save some time. Let me end to say that climate change clearly is probably the most challenging collective action problem the world has ever faced. And so we need to make sure that the collective is representative of all of the world. And I think the Africa Climate Summit really brought the voice of Africa to the table in a way that is as clear and as strong as I've ever heard it. And I hope that we continue this positive direction this weekend with hopefully the G20 agreeing to an African Union chair so that the collective continues to be as representative as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexia. It's very, I hope France and Germany will support America as regards that agenda in the G7 and the G20, so that truly we can hold each other to account. But let's move to the World Bank. My friend, Axel, you have had the African leaders. They have really been vocal about the need for more and more effective financial support for Africa, including when it comes to climate impacts. How do you see the World Bank ongoing reform process helping to deliver on this agenda? And perhaps specifically commenting on the efforts to ensure resource and capital adequacy of different facilities so that we address the three issues.
Well, thank you very much. And first, I would like to really congratulate Kenya for convening this. Quite frankly, this is a meeting that has been over 30 years in the waiting after Rio. And that is not a good sign, but a good sign that it is happening. And what was, for me, most encouraging is that Africa is articulating a voice. And this is basically when all of you talking about the reform of the World Bank or other MDBs. It's not about the reform of the World Bank, it's the reform of the mindset of everybody. Namely, when you are listening here to voice, then you have to ask the critical question, do we allow that voice into the World Bank or other organizations in a way that should be responding to what is needed? After all, half of our lending is going to Africa, yet African chairs are only representing a very small voice in our board. And so I think also for the membership to reflect is, when we're talking about evolution roadmap, is the evolution of voice. Are we democratizing our organizations and letting also that we listen to the African voice, what is needed, and let them then also reflect this? This is right now not happening. It is overdue. And I think this is very, very important because I think we can talk about a lot of money and a lot of things what need to happen. But at the end, what I think also President Ruto articulated very clearly is that it is the African strategy that will count. And if we don't listen and follow those large outlines, we are missing something. And we are in for a disappointment. This is also managing the expectation. When we have this, are we listening? And do we actually meet the expectation of Africa that it is genuine listening and genuine follow-up, or if it is the politically correct behavior? That's the first one. The second challenge is that Africa needs for climate change every year $280 billion. Yet only 30 billion, 10% is available. The bank covers about a third of this. Everybody needs to need more. And we heard it from domestic resource mobilization, domestic private capital, foreign capital, multilateral, nobody can do it alone. So that is an important thing, that this is a collective responsibility. It's not the responsibility of one or finger pointing. It is how can you actually try to close that gap. Will not be done overnight, but we need to make an effort, and that effort needs to be done by all. And I think there, in that context, it is important that maybe we are setting some targets for ourselves. Are we doing this? I think where we have been helping is actually in IDA, quite frankly, what I have found, having also managed and chaired this, it's actually an interesting process where there's a lot of discussions, also from the donors, but also from the beneficiary countries, to push the climate change agenda. And in that sense, we have achieved, for example, 50-50 at mitigation and adaptation. But this is largely an outcome of a fairly good discussion among both the beneficiary countries, but also the donor countries. And it has also been successful largely through the generosity of donors. And that actually we need to think about this. That IDA has been successful. We are providing about $65–70 billion over 3 years to Africa. And next time we need to be more ambitious. Politically, there's a change. I have never in my career heard in the G20, nor in the Paris Agreement, a half a year before the negotiations essentially start, that actually all actors are calling for an ambitious IDA. I think from a political point of view, that's positive. I've never seen that. Also, what's interesting is that now IDA is more recognized. 10 years ago, in any of the international fora, they would say, what's IDA? Right now, it's accepted. So that is a good news, but now we need to see how we can have this, because the big challenge is how we can be even more ambitious so that actually more money can go into climate change. One of the challenges is clearly the mobilization of private sector. And I think here we need all to be self-critical. We have not been hugely successful. Now in IDA, we have a private sector window that helps to de-risk this. We need to do more of this. What I also think is, only IDA is not sufficient. I have often been wondering, when we talk about the MDBs, why can't every MDB create a private sector window, including National Development Bank, AFD, KfW, others, so that actually we get to a critical mass for private sector de-risking. That is necessary. Secondly, we need concessional resources. All the ladies who are sitting are representing countries whose fiscal situation is under stress. So it's not so easy to mobilize all the resources. So my second suggestion is, what IBRD has done since 1965 is transferring some of the net income to IDA. Why can't not every MDB do that? A little bit, but to the extent that, because we need more concessional resources on this. And I think that is one of the things we all need to start thinking about, that on how we can actually mobilize this. I think that is one of the areas. The second area is, of course, then in the non-concession on the IBRD and there are these famous capital adequacy framework measures. I think we have gone far. We have a whole package again for October, and you will identify more money. The more difficult question is this enough? And when you compare 280 billion only for this continent versus 30 billion, there is going to be a very critical discussion. How do we mobilize that more resources? And that is going to be a very, very tough one in which we need to see how we can actually include also more, to say really the private sector. That means policy reform at home, how you can incentivize more on the investments. It may well be also capitalizing much more on the Africa Free Trade area, that actually there is incentives, that there is more economic benefits to it. And it's on the debt situation where I think we are learning now from each other. There is a global sovereign debt roundtable, which is actually interested. It's not only where the managing director of the IMF is and the president of the World Bank, but it has also the Paris Club, other bilaterals, private sector, and the affected countries at the table. And we have it also at the deputy levels. I think actually that dialogue is actually interesting. It starts basically appreciating more the other views, but also the point I think Alexia has been making, it is simply not acceptable that a country like Zambia needs to wait 2 years. We need to find a way that there is some automaticity that countries can do it. For the multilaterals in low-income countries, that may also include, and we did that in Zambia, lending into arrears, because these countries are starting and they cannot afford this. Now I'm seeing we have to stop, so I have to hand this back. I see that there's a clear signal. Anyhow, I think what I just want to say, the bank is on the move on this, but we need to move together, and we need to be aggressively on this. But most important takeaway for me from this summit here is voice of Africa matters, and it needs to be systematically included in our discussions for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Axel. I really like how you summed it up, and it has been demonstrated throughout the conversation that we have listened to each other. We seem to have developed a common vocabulary on how to deal with the challenges. There seems to be no resistance on reforms. We agree there will be need for reforms. There is need for working together to solve a common problem. And I leave this evening very hopeful that we could see IMF, US, France, Germany, World Bank, speaking with the same voice and responding appropriately to the African leaders. And I'm sure we'll find pathways to complete, to have not just a common understanding, but maybe work together in solving the issue of climate change. I wish we had more time, but I ask my audience to join me in appreciating this panel for leading the passion, the enthusiasm, and the commitment of their faith. I thank you most sincerely for joining us. Axel ended up by saying there's an opportunity for the private sector. And truly, we can't end this conversation without evaluating the markets and the actors in the market. So allow me to call the final panel for the evening. And as I release my colleagues of this evening, but I invite you to listen to the next upcoming panel. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. It was really fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, Your Excellencies, Your Honorable Ministers, thank you very much. We are going to jump right in to renewable energy and transitions. To sit on the panel, Nigerian Honorable Minister of Environment, Dr. Ishaq Salako. I would like to have join us Senegalese Honorable Minister Ali Ouine Ndoye, Minister de l'Environnement, du Développement Durable et de la Transition Écologique. Mary, can we please get headphones for the Honorable Minister? Okay, thank you. Honorable Minister, you'll find translation. Yes, thank you. Can I please ask His Excellency Brazilian Special Envoy for Climate Change, Luis Figueiredo, to come join us on the stage? Can I please ask Julia Suda, CEO of Long Duration Energy Storage Council and Chair, Global Renewables Alliance. Can I ask Jeanette Gitobo, Director at the Global Wind Energy Council? And can I please ask Vanessa Nakate, UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador? Minister Ishaq, sorry, do you have a microphone there? Would you mind talking us through Nigeria's energy transition plan?
Thank you very much. Nigeria has an energy transition plan that is anchored on addressing two major crises. The crisis of energy poverty, where we have close to 40 million Nigerians not having access to electricity, and also to address the crisis of climate change. Nigeria experiences extreme weather conditions as a result of climate change, from desertification and droughts, erosion, floods, especially in the coastal regions. And our energy transition plan is anchored on addressing those two major crises. The overall objective is to ensure that by 2030, we achieve SDG 7, and by 2060, we achieve zero emission. In order to do that, we're taking climate actions that is pro-development and doing development that enhances climate action. Nigeria's energy transition plan is aiming at taking 100 million people out of poverty through livelihood programs, through food security programs, and through creation of wealth. We also have a plan to stop flaring of gas so that we can have a more sustainable use of natural gas to drive our vehicles, to use in industries, such that the emission emanating from that is halted or reduced considerably. There's also a plan to ensure that our households use more environmentally friendly sources of energy for cooking. transiting from using of firewood and coal to the use of natural gas, so that our emissions and our plan to achieve zero emission by 2060 is met. So in broad terms, those summarizes the energy transition plan of Nigeria.
Brilliant, Minister. And can you just talk to how is it going to be a just transition?
Well, basically, the plan leaves nobody behind. We're going to ensure energy equity and ensure that every element, every segment of Nigeria, every socio-economic class of Nigeria is integrated and well involved in the plan. Earlier on, I spoke about the plan to create move 100 million people out of poverty. And that is going to be done involving the communities and community gatekeepers, such that even the lowest person is involved and energized and empowered in the energy transition plan. So there will be a lot of equity and everybody will be involved.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
You're welcome.
I'll now turn to the Senegalese Honorable Minister of Environment, Minister Alion Ndoye. Minister, first of all, congratulations on Senegal agreeing on a $2.5 billion agreement with the International Partners Group for a just energy transition partnership. For the benefit of us all here, would you be able to unpack that a little bit? Can you speak to what made Senegal a compelling and credible partner in securing this funding and these funding commitments?
Merci beaucoup. Alors, vous avez fait allusion à la signature par le Sénégal au mois de juin de la JETP avec donc le groupe des partenaires internationaux, la France, le Canada, etc. et qui porte sur effectivement 2,5 milliards d'euros, avec, si je résume, un engagement du Sénégal qui aujourd'hui est en mix énergétique à 31%, de le porter à 40%. Mais également avec un engagement d'accompagnement des partenaires sur toute la partie recherche scientifique, mais également l'acceptation du fait que le Sénégal compte utiliser son gaz comme une énergie de transition, donc avec une stratégie du gas to power. Donc en résumé de cette JETP, c'est principalement ça les engagements d'ici 2030 de porter notre mix énergétique à 40% d'énergie renouvelable. Et comme je l'ai dit, le Sénégal aujourd'hui, grâce à l'énergie éolienne, grâce au solaire, etc., a un mix énergétique qui est composé de 31% d'énergie renouvelable.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Can you speak to a little to what role gas will play in Senegal's energy transition?
Je n'ai pas eu la traduction. Vous voulez des explications sur notre stratégie gaz pour l'énergie? Oui, parce que nous considérons qu'aujourd'hui nous sommes, du point de vue énergétique, dans la consommation d'énergie fossile et que le fait de passer par le gaz nous donne une trajectoire beaucoup plus sobre en carbone. Et cela, je pense, est de plus en plus accepté. Parce que vous conviendrez quand même que des pays comme le Sénégal, qui vient de découvrir d'importantes réserves de gaz et de pétrole, et qui aujourd'hui a des milliers de villages qui ne sont pas électrifiés. Tout à l'heure, nos collègues ici ont rappelé qu'aujourd'hui, en termes de justice, 600 millions d'Africains n'ont pas accès à l'énergie, et qui dit énergie dit développement.
100 millions of Africans do not have energy, and when you talk about energy, you talk about development. Therefore, that's why we are trying to talk about a just and equitable trajectory in terms of carbon reductions. So gas is our commitment that we are making to try to reduce by 2030, 40%, and this is a more realistic trajectory.
We now turn to Brazilian Special Envoy for Climate Change, Luis Figueiredo. Ambassador, Brazil has already got a power production that matches a substantial portion of the continent, and a substantial portion of that production of energy comes from hydropower, 64%, I believe. But I want to turn to Brazil's nuclear capacity. Ambassador, what conditions make it safe to deploy nuclear, and how will that help us reach net zero in the rest of the world and in Africa in particular?
Thank you very much for your question. As you may know, Brazil energy mix is one of the cleanest energy mixes in major economies. In terms of electricity, 85% of our electricity comes from renewable sources, while in average in the world, 18% of the electricity mix comes from renewable sources. Again, we have 85%, the world as an average has 18%. So this has to do with a mix of the fact that nature helped us in terms of geography, of course, but it has to do also with a lot of work that was put into that and a lot of investments. So when we talk about energy transition, I think we are very comfortable in terms of being ready to do that. And to move further in other sources of clean energy. It is projected that by 2030, we will have around 25% of our electricity mix coming from wind and solar power. So we are investing very hard. 99% of our population already has access to electricity, and we are investing in getting 100%, working on the 1% that is left, mainly in the Amazon area. We have a new program that will take care of that. So we are doing our homework. On the question specifically of nuclear, nuclear is something that has to be considered when you look for sources of energy that do not emit. And we have a long lasting nuclear program which has proven to be extremely safe throughout the years, with two plants that are currently producing energy, and we are building a third plant. So yes, it is part of our effort, but I would say it is not the major aspect of our energy mix.
Thank you, Ambassador. And apologies to the panelists. I'm going to keep my questions to one question each now. I'm going to now turn to UN Habitat Executive Director Maimouna Sharif. Thank you very much for joining us. Maimouna, the number of people relying solely on traditional cook stoves, earthen and brick cook stoves, has remained largely unchanged for the past 2 decades, in spite of almost 3 decades of interventions to move people to cleaner cooking. Barriers to adoption include the costs of purchasing cook stoves and the costs of using liquid fuels. Are there any new innovative solutions and ideas that UN Habitat has in considering it on how to solve the seemingly intractable problem?
Thank you so much for that question. I think this is very important, and I would like to bring you one step before I answer that question. I think I would like to share that when we talk about climate change, we need to link it to the cities and urbanization. If you don't make our cities right, then we will have a lot of problem at the end of the thing to clean up what we call calamities or climate change. And one of the areas that when you talk about cooking, globally 1.3 billion people rely on biomass. And this affects the health and also the pollution, deforestation, and the same 4 million people, especially the children and the women, the death yearly due to this problem. And what we like to see is that how can we make the new innovation, and for example, the gas stove and LPG is to be affordable. The alternative means to be affordable, accessible, and adequate for the people to change, to move from cooking using the firewood into the more cleaner method. And one of the areas is that what we would like to see is that the investment, there is still investment gap from to change the habits or the need from the firewood or the biomass into the more cleaner energy, as what been stated by the President Kenya Ruto this morning, and all those member states and the head of the government was mentioned that. And one of the areas that we in UN Habitat, we look at climate change in 2 things. One is nature, one is the built environment. And one of the areas that we in the UN Habitat, we already have the collaboration with the Kenya startup when during the urban UN Habitat Assembly 2, we have demonstrated the cheap and affordable stove that can be purchased by the people and at the affordable price for the number or limited number of cookings. I think this is also important, and at the same time, we also looking into the areas of the built environment. When you talk about cooking, and this is also linked very clearly linked to the housing. And the way that we design our home, the way that we design our communities, I think this is also lead to the usage of the biomass. And one of the areas that we would like to see is that recently we worked together with the Swiss government in having the good housing, which is green, and also using the solar and a method of cooking that is affordable and is already implemented in Kigali. And we have this model of the housing in Nairobi complex, and please come forward and see yourself the house that in the complex, and also all the areas. 2 areas, one thing is that the normative part and also the program on the ground. Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. Julia, CEO of Long Duration Energy Council, Jeanette, Director at Global Wind Energy Council, and Vanessa, the UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador. I'm going to ask you the questions I'm going to ask you now, and please, if you can give us your responses succinctly. Julia, how close are we to making intermittent renewables cost-competitive sources of baseload and peak demand energy through long-duration energy storage? Jeanette, what job creation possibilities are there in wind? And Vanessa, rounding out with you, when we speak about a just transition, what does that mean to you? So starting with Julia.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and for the question. It's been remarkable to be listening to all the presidents and ministers focus on partnerships. And to answer your question, partnerships are critical to the clean energy transition. Long duration energy storage with solar and wind can bring costs down and are doing this around the world. As we align more with wind and solar targets, as we scale up in our industries, our economies, and our infrastructure, we see the prices drop faster than they did in 10 years. They'll drop in 5 years. And this is happening because the diversity of long duration energy storage, whether it's 10 hours, 24 hours, 100 hours, you get the flexibility you need in a remote system, a mining industry, an urban center, or a microgrid. And so these 4 different types, whether it's hydrogen, batteries, whether it's thermal energy stored heat, or mechanical, pumped hydro, all of these options are in the marketplace, and we need to scale them today so that we can bring costs down and deploy. What we need to see improve is market access and criteria for more transparency and accountability so that we really can move to de-risk the energy transition. And lastly, as we move forward to bring in long duration in partnership with solar and wind, it's really important that we have security, reliability, and affordability in the matrix. And how we can make this work, and we look forward to working with all of you to ensure the scaling up of renewable energy to lower costs and bring affordable, accessible energy to all.
Thank you, Julia. Jeanette.
Thanks for that question, and good evening, everyone. When it comes to wind, especially
1 2 1 2 1 2. Na mtazamaji, hili ni kongamano la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, na leo imekuwa ni siku ya pili. Kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yako, hii ni baadhi ya mijadala ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea kwa siku nzima tangu asubuhi, ambapo kuanzia hapo asubuhi, mtazamaji, tumeweza kuona marais wa mataifa mbalimbali wa bara Afrika ambao waliweza kuwa katika mijadala hii ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea tangu asubuhi, wakiweza kuongea na kujadili masuala kadhaa yanayokumba bara hili la Afrika. Kikubwa ambacho kiliweza kujitokeza katika majadiliano haya ni masuala kuhusiana na ufadhili wa miradi ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, huku wakiwahimiza wenzao kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa wanaweza kuwekeza zaidi katika miradi mbalimbali ili kuweza kupunguza athari ya makali ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Basi mtazamaji, kwa sasa tunaenda kukuletea habari zetu za darubini ya Channel 1. Kumbuka vile vile hapo kesho tutakuwa tunakuletea kongamano hili na mijadala mingine mbalimbali ambayo itakuwa ikiendelea, lakini kwa sasa tuweze kupata vidokezo vya darubini.
There is no next generation if there is no future planet. So we need to do what we can
left 30 million people on the brink of starvation in the Horn of Africa. They are causing the air pollution that kills 8.7 million people around the world every year. We cannot allow the fossil fuel industry's control over our media and our politics to continue. Clean energy is the only investment that makes sense right now. Off-grid, decentralized renewable energy is the quickest, safest, cheapest way to provide Africans with relatable and affordable energy. Climate scientists, energy experts, and economists have all been very clear. COP28 must be the beginning of a just and equitable phase-out of fossil fuels. The United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, said that any new fossil fuel development would be moral and economic madness. We are now all too familiar with the moral madness part of this equation. Just look at any news broadcast or any newspaper, and you will see the suffering and dying caused by our addiction to fossil fuels, while big oil and gas CEOs continue to line their pockets with obscene profits. It is the economic madness that deserves a closer look. Economists like Amar and Nick Stern have clearly demonstrated that new fossil fuel infrastructure on the African continent will quickly become stranded assets and suffocate African citizens with even more debt. We must do the right thing. We must stop investing in what is harming us. We must stop investing in what is killing us. We must not have new fossil fuels, and that is coal, oil, and gas. We must end the fossil fuel era. We must lift people out of energy poverty with reliable, affordable, and clean energy. We must not leave anyone behind, and we must overcome. We need a just transition. So it's important, as we discuss a just transition, to remember that the entire continent of Africa is responsible for less than 4% of historic global emissions. And yet many Africans have long been suffering some of the worst consequences of the climate crisis, a crisis that we did not create. So for me, a just transition is about putting fairness, inclusivity, and a deep respect for the needs and aspirations of young people and the community and the natural environment at the heart of a transition to renewable energy. It's important to know that out of climate financing in the last 15 years, only 2.4% has been directed to projects that directly benefit children. And at the same time, a new report from Action Aid is highlighting that major international banks have pumped in $3.2 trillion into fossil fuels industries in the global south. These investments have not led to improvements of the lives of children and the most vulnerable. We will not be better off because we repeat the mistakes and misguided privileges of the global north. Quite the contrary. We need to dare to think longer ahead, smarter, and use African solutions for and by African people. We need finance from rich nations which have become wealthy in part by extracting Africa's resources and burning fossil fuels to help African nations to be able to make the right choice and invest in renewable energy. We also must make sure we take care of those who are suffering and dying right now. The decision to create a loss and damage fund at COP27 was historic, but the fund is still empty. Communities, I'm sorry.
Vanessa, thank you very much.
No, I'm sorry, I need 1 minute. This is important because the climate cannot wait and the communities suffering cannot wait. The Africa Climate Summit must lay the foundations for an agreement on real money for a loss and damage fund at COP28. And as the world charts a path for the energy transition, it is important for the rich countries, those who have long benefited from fossil fuel extraction, to go fast and to go fastest. And the first part of a just and equitable fossil fuel phase out is no new, because communities are suffering right now. People are suffering right now and dying in 2023 at 1.2 degrees Celsius. Net zero by 2050 or 2040 are disgraceful targets for rich countries to be talking about. They must not delay and they must act now. So I would like to send a message to the leaders of the rich countries in the US, the UK, and the UAE. You have been warned by the scientists, the energy experts, and the economists. Investing in new fossil fuels is moral and economic madness. Perhaps you do not care about the morality of the situation, but I know you care about the economics. I urge the leaders gathered here, oh, they are not, sorry. Maybe they'll watch this later, to stop investing in what is harming and killing Africans, to start investing in the future of the African people, to stop all new fossil fuel development and lead us to a just and equitable energy transition. And this is a message to all our leaders. You are fathers. That's if you get to watch this. You are fathers, you are mothers, and you are grandparents, and you have children in your life, some of whom may be my age, that will live in an increasingly uninhabitable planet. Can you look your children and grandchildren in the eye and say that you are knowingly making their living conditions worse or poisoning their environments? Now is the time to act, and we all need to act. This is your chance to change the course of the future and be a part of the solution of the climate crisis, rather than grasping at straws of short-term economic benefits. Do you want to be a part of the problem or a part of the solution? History shall tell. And history shall tell publicly, not privately. No more extractive systems. Recognize the humanity in me, recognize the humanity in you, and recognize the humanity in your neighbor.
Vanessa,
if you allow for more
1 minute.
destruction of our planet and people's livelihoods, you are not recognizing that humanity. You are not even recognizing the humanity in you. I'm sorry I had to go on, because many times young people are given a very short time to express what really needs to be said, but another world is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. That's the final word on this panel. Thank you, Honourable Ministers. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Julia, Jeanette, Executive Director. Thank you very much, Vanessa, for keeping us with the youth's perspective for the longer-term future. I will hand it back to a panel that I mistakenly gazumped. Sorry, my apologies.
Calling on William Masiko. Good. We come back to you to hear the voice of the markets, the voice that the private sector would be listening to. Do we need reforms in the markets? Are there further reforms that could allow financing to happen, financing by the markets to the private sector. And with me is Kate Hampson, CEO, Children Investment Fund Foundation. We have Herbert Danson, and we have Dr. David D. So we'll go straight and start with Herbert. And Herbert, as the CEO of Invest Africa, investments rely on markets. And we talk about markets. We see the huge need for reforms. Would you have been quite vocal about the need to transform the private capital mobilization capacity of multilateral development banks and the development finance institutions and the international financial institutions? Second, what are the priority changes required that you would like to see in solving the key challenges in delivering on these required changes?
Well, thank you very much, James. Always a pleasure to be with you, and thank you, Excellencies, for the opportunity to hear some views from the African institutional investment community. I think I'm going to start with a plea, which is probably the same thing I'm going to end with. And that is really, I think it's been mentioned earlier on as well, that we really need leadership. But then we've sort of confuted the word leadership with political. And I think what we really are saying as the institutional investment community at this moment, at this time, is that we need climate investment statesmanship. And we're asking for climate investment statesmanship on the market failure relating to private capital mobilization. We really want to be able to work with heads of state as champions to collaborate with us in a very determined way on institutional investment public partnerships. So I'm going to make 4 very quick points, and I'm going to race through this in the interest of time. The first point I'd just like to highlight is that I think we need to be very, very careful. You know, we see this current climate transformation and climate transition agenda as one of a long-term investment agenda, not a short to medium-term green finance MDB agenda. And we say that because we are very concerned that, you know, we run this immediate risk of creating a green finance debt crisis. And we need to get to scale, and the largest pools of capital for that scale are institutional private capital. In fact, our pools of capital from pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, endowments, foundations, insurance businesses is effectively 900 times larger than the multilateral development pool. So we're talking about $150 to $200 trillion in Africa and globally, compared to a multilateral development bank balance sheet, which is collectively, all of them together, about $1.5 trillion. The reason I'm mentioning this is not to show how big our pool is, but just to show where emphasis needs to be placed if we're trying to accomplish scale. And it seems that we're spending about 90% of our private capital mobilization focus as government on working with the MDBs. And it's even been sort of enumerated in many places that even if we get the reforms through, they will only be able to solve about 10% of the private capital mobilization and the investment gap. And we're actually spending less than 10% with institutional investors that have the balance sheet to close 90% of the investment gap. So we just think it's really important to really focus on building that relationship with the institutional investment community so we can align around delivering scale. Second point really just, again, emphasizes the point on private capital mobilization. And the elephant always in the room is that there is some measure of these reforms can be implemented quite easily and quickly on private capital mobilization from the MDBs. Why isn't it happening? I think if you ask many private sector financing institutions, you will hear the sense that there is some degree of competitiveness. Now that might just be points of view, but then when you begin to look at the private capital mobilization ratios, you might start becoming a bit of a conspiracy theorist. Private capital mobilization, as determined by and reported on by the G20, suggests that for every $1 of multilateral development bank finance that's provided, it's supposed to mobilize $10, at least $10 of private capital. The actual results for MDBs in terms of delivering this private capital mobilization ratio is, instead of delivering $10 for every $1, they've only been accomplishing 20 cents to 38 cents for every $1. And then if you go further in this time when we're all very stretched and balance sheets are very under pressure, the G20 also points out that if the MDBs only accomplished half of their ratio, in other words, for every $1 that they provide, they actually mobilize $5 of private finance. And that's, again, lowering the bar. But if they just got to 5 instead of 20 to 38 cents, that would increase the private capital mobilization funding available by $7 trillion US. And in addition to that, it would increase their balance sheet capacity by $800 billion. So I think we actually need to create more institutions that can actually deliver private capital mobilization at scale. Institutions like the African Green Infrastructure Investment Bank, for example. Third point, and I think it's been mentioned by our colleagues from the US, private capital mobilization, again, is dependent on insights. We need data. And the MDBs control probably the best risk assessment database for emerging markets. It's known as the GEMS database, the Global Emerging Markets Database. We've been asking for about 10 years to be able to get access to this data so that we can properly price risk for emerging markets and essentially increase our allocations. That has continually been denied, and the fact is, because this database has not been democratized by multilateral development banks, emerging markets and African governments are paying an extra $15.6 billion each year in excess interest payments on loans. So we think we absolutely need to do something about this urgently and immediately. It's a no-cost reform. They must just democratize that database. We as the investment community, trying to be a little bit proactive, have established a platform called GEMS 3.0, where we are waiting to get the GEMS database key data from the MDBs, and then we will add some of our own data. So we don't just get access to the data, but we can then enhance it with some of our own data, and then it can become much more of an asset allocation tool. Project pipeline, which is my last point here, is very important for us to look at. In the climate world, for us, it's very important to know that governments are really backing climate projects, so we know the difference between a real climate project and perhaps a bit of a greenwashed climate project. And the best and most effective way for us to establish that is if a project is a nationally determined contribution project. And we know that we've got about $3 trillion worth of nationally determined contribution projects that we need to effect by 2030 and the next decade after that. The challenge that we are having, and this is where we come back to MDBs and private capital mobilization, is that it's becoming apparent that the nationally determined contribution projects are being designed with technical assistance from multilateral development banks, and as a consequence, they're being designed so that they can align more with the provision of development finance, as opposed to ultimately creating a project that the private sector can invest in. And when it comes to Africa and emerging markets, unlike other markets around the world, particularly G7 markets, the majority of our NDCs will need to be invested in by the private sector. We do not have fiscal capacity within a lot of our governments after coming through so many crises in succession. So we need to have a very different culture, a very different posture in crowding in and working with the private sector. So we really hope that that message can get through. So Chair, just to close out, I think what we're really calling for is an investment earthshot. President Ruto so eloquently described our trajectory for green industrialization being one where we move from a current 9 billion investment or extraction and raw material export proposition up the value chain to the 40 billion and then potentially go for the 7 trillion. I believe we can get to that 7 trillion if we have a much smarter, more strategic and pragmatic investment earthshot mentality and approach and that we can partner to really get to that 7 trillion, but we need to do it through institutional investor public partnerships. So let's seize this moment. Leaders, friends, colleagues, we all need to work together, and let's do it with a full scale ahead mentality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Herbert. Turning to Kate, we have heard from previous panels that developing countries face a vicious cycle of debt and climate shocks. What can be done to break that cycle?
Thank you so much. And first of all, I want to congratulate the audience and my panel, because we're all living up to Kenya's reputation as world-class marathon runners at this stage in the day. I also wanted to say I'm unbelievably honored to be here at the panel and respond to His Excellency's call for dialogue and discovery. The world has been educated and inspired by the Africa Climate Summit, and that's why I'm here today. To answer your question, Chair, I think the current debt crisis exemplifies the inequity of the global financial architecture. Africa doesn't have too much debt. It is the structure of the debt that is the problem. The cost of capital is too high, and the fact that most of it is in foreign currency makes Africa incredibly vulnerable to shocks. And the current debt crisis is not the consequence of financial mismanagement. It is the consequence of exogenous shocks, COVID, the war in Ukraine, rising interest rates, and extreme weather from climate change. And this is why 3 billion people are now living in countries servicing debts more than they are spending on health and education. So we do need reform of the common framework, but that's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be enough. The common framework is focusing too much on equity between creditors and not enough on borrower interests. We need to enable the emergence of an entirely new system that is borrower-controlled and has preemptive approaches. And I believe that African nations, and many have shared ideas here, including Egypt, talking about the Sustainable Debt Coalition, V20 and others, to explore innovations in climate finance that would change the structure of debt, whether it's addressing the FX issues or providing swaps or bringing in ESG investors. We need a completely new approach to debt markets so the cost of capital can come down. The European Central Bank also needs to move on SDR deployment so that the 100 billion that was promised can actually reach countries. We need to see the pause clauses activated by all donors and by the private sector. And this is yet another example of innovation coming from developing countries. The Bridgetown Agenda, championed by Mia Motley, has been pushing pause clauses, and we can all rally round. The MDBs have to step up, as many have said, and Hubert is absolutely right. There's a horrible waste of money from the public sector because the leverage is so poor. There's lazy capital sitting in the banks, and it needs to be addressed. But this isn't going to be enough. We need entirely new sources of finance that are governed in entirely new ways. If we're going to meet the challenges of greening energy, green industrialization and agriculture, and create green jobs for Africa's youth, we're going to need carbon taxes that create these new sources of revenue. I completely agree with those that have said that today. The polluters should pay, and the revenues are needed for all of these investments. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is the need for corporate accountability and corporate transition plans. There is an emerging norm amongst international corporations of adopting transition plans, which are a bit like country NDCs. And it's really important to see companies set out these plans and show how their CapEx is aligned with the 1.5 goal of Paris, so that money can flow to the right places. And this needs to be incentivized so that money doesn't flow to green opportunities in the global north, but it also reaches others. Another thing that hasn't been mentioned is the essential nature of political consensus. It is true, and has been true for a couple of decades, that the cost of capital will go down if political parties can unite, if different parts of society can unite, and say that this is a fundamental direction, that the direction will not change, that the only way is greater ambition. And then investors will rally behind, and the cost of capital will come down. We need stable, long-term policy environments that are science-based and based on data. I'd like to welcome the leadership of Kenya, France, and Colombia at the Paris Summit, working together to tackle the interrelated issues of debt, climate, and nature. We've heard today from Colombia the need to move away from extractive models of economic development. We've heard from Africa the need for fiscal sovereignty and agency. These are all crucial elements that need to be on the table at COP28. Finance is the only forward-facing indicator we have for success in the climate crisis. By the time we measure emissions, it will be too late. And the most forward-facing indicator for the flow of finance is the cost of capital. It means different investors are coming together, public-private partnerships are there, the enabling environment is there. We must bring down the cost of capital, and we must use finance as our forward-facing indicator in response to the global stocktake. So I'm leaving here really focused with many others on providing allyship in support of the Nairobi Declaration, the Nairobi Agenda. And if His Excellency President Ruto was here, I would say that he told us this morning that until the lion learned to write, we only read stories of the hunter. And I am here because I am so inspired by the story of the lion. And I want my children and all children to grow up in the world that was envisioned by President Ruto this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kate. It's really good to take a futuristic approach. Dr. D, what have you had? Where are we? We have had conversation from the African leaders of their expectation in finance. We have had conversation from the multilateral development banks. We have had conversation from the market players. This morning, we had the private sector says maybe we should also consider investment capital, financing, and maybe what we really require is consistent policy, is predictable policy, is incentives to drive investment. Where have we landed?
Thank you very much. This is my former boss. So I have been in these situations in the past. So I am used to summarizing these things, but hasn't for a while. But let me thank everyone for coming, because I'm obviously one of the hosts of this summit. When you organize something like this, your biggest concern is that people will not show, but our biggest challenge now has been oversubscription. I think that is amazing. Thank you very much, everyone, and for those of you who have been very patient to stay this marathon kind of session. I think, and I will combine this with a conversation from Paris, because we've been going back and forth. I have had, I think I can distill what we are saying into 3 pillars of global financial reform, or of the new architecture that is responsive, that can rise to the challenge of the climate crisis. And I will speak just a minute or two on each of them. Number 1 is development finance pillar. This is the call, to quote the COP27 declaration, the call for MDBs, for more climate ambition from the MDBs. The MDBs need to be more ambitious in terms of climate responsiveness. Within these, I think there are several things in that bucket. One of them is providing liquidity insurance for climate shocks. I think SDR kind of innovations are there. Issues around debt suspension clauses, mostly the things that the Bridgetown has been pushing. The second piece of that is an increase in ODA, or concession of financing. That's a leveraging of balance sheets. And the third thing is debt, how to deal with the current debt overhang. And G20 common framework for people who have gone over the cliff is not a solution. I think what we are looking for is a solution at scale. I would hazard to say on the combined scale of Brady and HIPIC. So the MDBs, they are the ones who lead the debt conversation, even though that involves private creditors, the Paris Club and all of that. There needs to be an overhaul of that infrastructure. That agenda has been on the table for a very long time, but it hasn't moved. We need to be a bit cautious about the question of expanding balance. You're not cautious because given the debt crisis, most of our countries have no headroom for more debt on national balance sheets. So even if we sort of leverage the balance sheets better, there are many countries right now who are in fiscal consolidation mode, including my own. So that's probably not going to provide a lot of resources that quickly. The second pillar, of course, which has been spoken to, is private capital. That's where all the money is, and the numbers have been mentioned. If we are talking about what our president said about from potential to opportunity, and from opportunity to jobs, and to climate, decarbonizing the global economy, we are talking about huge amount of money. And in this sense, I think the preoccupation with MDB reform is like tail wagging the dog. The tail is really trying to wag the dog. I think the people who should be on the driver's seat of where the money is going to come from is private capital. Two observations. I mean, the big thing said about private capital is risk. In our system, I mean, talking about the credit rating agencies issues have been raised. I want to make two observations, which food for thought. One, emerging market sovereign debt is the most profitable asset class for global institutional investors. Risk adjusted, 600 basis points above benchmark US and UK bonds after default has been taken out. So, and this is data for the last 30 years. So that risk premium, particularly on sovereign debt, is questionable. Because you have a track record of data showing a huge premium. Is that premium warranted? I think that's food for thought. Let's come to Africa. The question of risk again. Mohammed Ibrahim talked about subprime, therefore no capital will come to Africa. There is an exception that proves every rule. And the exception in this case is extractives. Africa has no problem attracting capital for extractives. Big Oil is currently building a pipeline, a gas pipeline from Nigeria through Niger, through the Sahara to Algeria for Europe. $39 billion worth. The owners have actually been able to mobilize state militaries to protect the pipeline. That's part of what's going on in Niger. So, we have no problem, no country I know in Africa has a problem getting money, FDI, for minerals. DR has no problem getting money for cobalt, it's still going out. This money is funded by markets. So we need to ask the question, what do we need to do so that renewables can also be protected by US and French military in the desert? There is an incentive issue there that needs to be addressed. Finally, the third pool of money is what I will call global public finance. Now, in this box, all the money that we are talking about now belongs to someone. It is shareholder money. It is nation states money who are shareholders of MDBs, or it is private shareholders' money when you're talking about capital. Now, we are trying to solve a public good problem, a global public good problem, using private money. We do not do that at national level. Public goods are financed with public money. So the third pool of money we need is money that doesn't belong to someone, but money that belongs to all of us. Money which belongs to all of us in a country is called taxes. Everybody should contribute to the best of their ability or how much they are able, and the money is put into public goods that benefit all of us. We need global public money to solve a global public good problem. That money, where is it going to come from? That is why we are making a case for a global carbon tax regime. Because we know if you leave goods with externalities to the market, goods with negative externalities will be oversupplied. Goods with positive externalities will be undersupplied. So that is why investment in fossil fuels is oversupplied, because we are not taxing it. And that is why investment in renewables, which have a positive externality, are undersupplied.
When architecture, both of tax, both of risk, both of financing model have been placed before us. I want to thank all of you for being patient today for this long conversation. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. Let us all rise, rise, Pambazuka. Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution.